sync. So the how far into the game is Anime Butt? 13 minutes into the game is Anime Butt. So the speed run for the Granstream Saga doesn't start. We don't start timing until the first input on the text box, because it has an anime opening that, while dank, sitting through it a whole bunch of times for races is not dank. But if I'm not racing, I'll show the opening. But yeah, if you guys love anime butts, you're in for a good time, because
Chicks are going to die.
This game's got him. So in the Japanese version, when he says that, he doesn't actually say anything. It's just him going. They had to put in, for the Western audiences, a reason for why he went over there. No, there's no way to skip the intro. Believe me, if I could skip this, I would. The way that we skip it is to just load a save state, because we do races on emulator. But this is on console, so can't do that.
"100 years ago, in the Gangstrom Nebula, a great war devastated the land.
All right.
After years
I have to make sure this is in the right mode.
two opposing forces clashed
There we
in a
go.
final confrontation. One faction was led by the Imperial Wizardry, the other by the Allied Spirit Army. As the battle raged on, the Imperial Wizardry activated a dangerous weapon both sides had agreed to ban. The weapon was fired into the core of the planet to destroy enemy territory, but a miscalculation disturbed the planet's axis, melting ice caps and triggering tidal waves that would eventually cause complete submersion beneath the sea. Foreseeing this tragedy, 4 wise men used a magical control tower called Air Limb to keep 4 continents.
There's a button on my frame, Meister.
Each wise man used a magic orb to power Air Limb.
Can't see it, but
the orbs had to be re-energized
got an anime
at
mode.
regular intervals. So the wise men left a magic orb on each continent with their descendants, the new wise men, to carry on their work. Now, the inhabitants of the floating continents are intent on building a new world. But suddenly, all of the new wise men are starting to disappear, and there have been rumors of Imperial Wizardry warship sightings.
We could do that on emulator, but
without the new
on console,
wise men, the lands of Shilf,
I don't know.
Aquas, Volkos, and Zephyr
Actually,
are beginning to slowly sink into the sea. Once again, an entire civilization is threatened with extinction.
So on the original PlayStation. By the way, I will explain how you play this game right now. Okay, so you're gonna notice me mashing pretty much all of the buttons. That is because every single button on the controller, besides start and select, and the analog sticks, because it doesn't support analog, skips text in this game. In order to optimally skip text in this game, you have to hit a button that skips text 8 times a second or higher. At least 8 times a second. My APM has to be 8+. My APM is currently at 39. But in order to optimally skip text on one button, it has to be 8 or higher. If I just like that, that's actually not optimal, because it takes more than one input to properly skip text. So you might notice that this run is almost 4 hours long. You have to do this for almost all 4 hours. Oh, great start already. Yeah, I know I lost a ton of time doing that. Oh, I don't want it. Okay. There we go. Alright. Now we're good. That was slightly bad. But anyways, about PlayStation Autosplitters. So the original gray model of the PlayStation 1 has a parallel port, I think, on the back of it. Is I think what the parallel port is. And you can plug in a GameShark Pro to that thing, and you can read the memory of the game as it's playing. So if you could plug in a USB device into that parallel port, and it has like the GameShark stuff loaded in or something, theoretically, yes. You absolutely could do that. No, it's fine. This game also has a ton of RNG to it. Yeah, this tech skipping is it ain't easy on the hands. Luckily, I know the spots where I can stop mashing. And another thing is, like, it only hurts your hands to do this for the first, let's say the first 40 minutes are rough, and then after that you just kind of settle into it, and it's not so bad. Once your hands get warmed up to the constant mashing, then you're good. I have broken 0 controllers. Like, ever. Not even in speedrunning, just ever. Which SPH? Fuck if I know. It's different for each game, I think. And yeah, I only had the GameShark CDX. Yeah, pretty much after 40 minutes, you just can't feel anything anymore. Actually anything. Your soul just says, nope, not anymore. But yeah, 40 minutes. Longer than a whole lot of other speedruns. I have to mash all the buttons because every single frame that there's text on screen is a frame that you could be skipping text. But if you're only mashing one button, that doesn't actually optimally skip text. What is low percent? It's actually something we've done before. It's called no Oni Maru. So you're going to see what the Oni Maru thing is in a bit if you stick around. In about 10 minutes, you'll see what the Oni Maru is, and it's crazy. But yeah, there actually is a low percent category for this, and it's about an hour longer. Yep. Ultra David is a fighting game commentator, just like Let's Get Pitted. Alter Ego is Sir Scoots. You can see Let's Get Pitted on weekends doing commentary for Counter-Strike Go matches at Sir Scoots. Yeah, for a lot of RPGs, usually you're just mashing one button to skip text, and that's sure that has its own downsides, but in this one, this has a lot of the bullshit of other RPGs, except you also have to use way more fingers to skip text in this. And also, a turbo controller isn't an optimal way to skip text in this game either. Like, I've done runs with the turbo controller, and it's no faster. Alright, so here we go. Here's the fighting system in this game. So this is real-time fighting. Thank you for the good luck. By the way, I am the world record holder for this game. The Granstream Saga speedrun community is enormous. There are 2 whole people who speedrun this game. But yeah, the Granstream Saga community does not frown on the use of turbo controllers. We're totally fine with them. But turbo controllers are actually less useful in this game than they would otherwise be in other ones. But yeah, as far as RPG runs go, this actually doesn't have much RNG in it. The most RNG is in the final boss. And even then, it's not too bad. Alright, so there you go. I hope you liked all that action. There's not going to be any more for... 20 minutes, maybe? By the way, the characters in this game don't have faces. Very little RNG. That is nice. Alright, I'm gonna get a chance to rest my hands pretty soon. I'm already feeling it. 6-hour game with one whole person? Nice. The longest run that I've done / do is Shenmue 1 low percent, or glitchless, I guess, and that one is 12 hours and... oh no. 11... about 11 hours, I think. Okay. Oh god. There we go. Here's my handbrake. Okay. There's my brake. Tales of Grace's F. Isn't that a PS3 game? I would need a PS3 first. My APM is currently at 26. That's presses per second. So convert presses per second to minute, and that'll tell you. It's at 31 right now, 34, 32, 30. Well, you don't have to focus. That's the thing about Shenmue speedruns. You don't have to focus for much at all. Any percent Shenmue 1 is about 8 hours long. About 2 hours is actually, like, meaningful inputs. Large stretches of Shenmue 1 are doing literally nothing. But it's still a speedrun because there's a timer. Alright. I'm gonna head right back into the pub. So those of you who were promised anime butts, we're getting close to it. Alright, we need to talk to Drunk Guy. Hopefully he doesn't pin us against the wall. This is actually perfect. Perfect. Actually, the turbo controllers that I have, I've actually looked at the data that come from them, and they are, they exactly match what they claim to do. So one of my controllers is adjustable between 7 hertz, 15 hertz, and 30 hertz. And looking at the ones and zeros coming from the controller, it's actually as advertised. Okay, so I mentioned before that there is a thing called the Oni Maru. Here it is. So down, down, left, and we use this item here. Hey! We found a sharp piece of metal. It's the Oni Maru. So, what the Oni Maru is the most powerful weapon in the entire game by a long shot. We're pretty much going to be one-shotting things for most of the game now. So that's what makes this speedrun super broken, is because we can get the most powerful weapon in the game almost right off the bat. And it's why low percent is about an hour longer than this. That's just how OP that thing that I just got is. It saves us an hour over the course of the run. Alright. There's my other handbrake. Why is the Oni Maru just sitting there? I don't know. We had to use, so the item that you have to use to get it is the Panther Eye or something. And, I have no idea why they give you that item right off the bat, because all that thing does is check to see if a chest is a mimic or not. Which is even greater because there's only 2 mimics in the entire game. So they make this big old deal about, oh man, you gotta check all the chests to see if there's mimics in there. And out of like 100 chests in the game, 2 of them are actually a problem. Yeah, the Oni Maru is actually supposed to be like a New Game Plus thing. During your playthrough, if you collect a whole bunch of like random items, there's a character later on who will actually tell you like, I heard in the basement of the church in Arona there's a sweet item there, but at that point you don't have access to the church. Like, After the beginning of the game, you can't have access to that church anymore. So it's only something that if you just found out about it, you can only get to until your second playthrough. No, it's just anybody can get it. You're not using a bug to get it. It's just if you don't know that it's there, then you're obviously not going to stumble across it because you have to use that Panther Eye item to get to it. But it's just there. Just there if you want it. So, it's that time again. No, it's not New Game Plus because I don't even have a memory card in. Here's my memory card. It's not even in there. You don't need a save file to do this. Alright, so children, cover your eyes. Adults, widen your eyes. It's about to get sexy. Very soon. Alright. Alright, kids, cover your eyes. Adults, widen your eyes.
Where am I?
Who are you and what are you doing in Laramie's room?
What kind of bird are you?
I'm not a bird, I'm Corky the Spirit Beast, and you'd better duck.
Nice move, but I hope you realize I had some soap in my eyes. Now, you've got exactly 1 minute to explain who you are and what you're doing here.
Alright. Assuming I make it to the end of the run, we're gonna see that exact scene again. And it's just as good the second time. Why I no longer have a memory card? Because I don't need it. Ever since I figured out how to dunk in this game, you don't need a memory card anymore. Yeah, I promised anime butts, and I delivered anime butts. So if you know what RPG Limit Break is, it's a marathon coming up in May. I actually submitted this for Limit Break. So hopefully at the RPG Limit Break stream, can just have a full anime butt on it at some point. The best girl is who brings an axe and a flail into the shower with him. Oh yeah, there's a small time save without the card, but it's like less than a second. So it's not a huge deal. Alright, so here's one of the dumb mechanics in this game. I think it's dumb, at least. Because the game doesn't surface it too well. So our character is able to copy items into that thing on his wrist. But only some items, and it's only items that who would care about, usually. He can't copy, like, healing items or sick swords or something. Nope. He can copy stuff like this gem. Because sure. 5% of an anime butt. I saw butt cleavage in that scene. That's more than 5%. If you're talking about side boob, then sure. We can go with 5% for that, but there's more than 5% butt on screen. That was more like 80%. That's true, I would not download Gem. He just did, though. Alright, so, take a guess. At this point, I got a cutscene coming up here. How many inputs have I done since the start of the run? Like, how many button presses have I done? Let's find out. I'm guessing, 3,000. We are at 16,446 inputs so far. That's how many button presses I've done. 16,000. And this thing is actually accurate, by the way. So, 16 minutes in to a almost 4-hour run, and I've hit controller buttons 16,000 plus times so far. There is a little bit of mashing in this game. Whew. So now you can see why I really wanted to get this working before I did the run. Because I really wanted to know just how bad is the mashing in this. And as it turns out, that's pretty bad. Oh god. Okay, so by this point I need to have made sure to have the Oni Maru equipped. This is not a PS2 game, this is a PS1 game. PlayStation 1. You just spelled the name wrong. Actually, I made sure to make it a an unsigned long, I think, for the data type, because yeah, we will actually get over the data type storage limit. So by the way, there's the power of the Oni Maru. If I just had the normal weapon, that guy would have taken like 6 hits to kill. Instead, we got him in 1. Actually, no, that would have taken 12 hits to take him down. So for this one, I manipulate a hit on him by holding left and then swinging. Or not. It didn't work that time, but whatever. That's the one time it didn't actually work. It's probably because I was tapping the button and not holding it down. Okay, that's what I did wrong. Because this is one of those games where it actually, the combat system, computer, AI or whatever, actually reads your inputs. Like some sort of crappy fighting game. Because I played the battles frame by frame, and it knows exactly what you're doing the frame that you do it.
Who are you?
My name is Eon. You're Arcia.
Why, yes. But do I know you?
No, but I'm a friend. I bring this gift from your father.
Alright, get ready for lewd.
It's of grave importance.
Oh, from my father?
Get ready for exposed ankles. Her knees count too. Yeah, for PS Explosion for this, it will be a no Oni Maru 100%-ish run. Because I skip a whole lot of, like, extra stuff. We also won't be skipping through dialogue quickly in PS Explosion. Hey, her ankles would just happen to be underneath those boots. Alright. Still saw them. Boots have ankles too. Yeah, no, those knees. Pretty lewd. Not safe for work. I thought I was broadcasting live, Jasmine, but shit. Oh well. Sorry. Yeah, I might have to bust out the Kappa sensor. Yeah, that's true. Not only are we naked underneath our clothes, there's a spooky skeleton underneath that naked. Have fun sleeping tonight. Jack can vote on which goal to save. Absolutely. You could actually do that here, too. I'm not sure how, but I'll just assume that every vote is for the correct choice. So, easy. Would I ever add any games to if it's an SG, but not sports? I was, a while ago, accepting stuff that wasn't on the list to it, if it wasn't already on there. But for now, I'm keeping it as is. Once we get towards the end of PS Explosion, then I'll consider adding more stuff. But I like the list as it is now. But you can feel free to suggest stuff. You want crotch cam? Alright, let me see if I can...
Oh no! They've all been captured! Now we'll never get out of here!
Over
Do I even
there.
have crotch cam?
Someone's coming.
Huh? Who are you?
Oh, what a pretty picture. The brave young warrior and the beautiful damsel in distress. So, how did you two find the other 3 orbs? I'm curious.
Who said we found them?
Alright,
I've been
there you go.
informed of every move you've made. And now it's time for me to make mine. I've got them all.
Oh no!
What have you done?
What have you done? Where would you go? You could just put it in chat.
Anyone else can perpetuate the selfish destruction of nature's gifts for their own greedy purposes. You wanted the orbs,
Or you could
so
PM
use
me.
their magical powers to rule the 4 continents.
You must believe me. That wasn't our intent.
You're just like the rest. You swear you
Yeah,
won't
alright,
be
fine.
corrupt, but you will be.
We'll just put this here. There we go.
Leave now. You're free to go.
We'll have this crotch on my face. Oh, wait.
Go ahead. No
All
one
right.
will stop you. One's destiny cannot be manipulated.
There we go. Best of both worlds, right? Alright, so for this one, the L2 button, by the way, does the same thing as the X button, which is the confirm button. R2 is the same thing as circle, which is the hell no button. Alright. Do I need to have the, Oh, that's not the right one. Where is it? There it is. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's my hot new stream gimmick. Alright, so there was some slop in that early game there, but still only 2 seconds off my PB. I'll take that. Red Asphalt. Rock and Roll Racing. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha. I think I have heard of that. Alright. And that's for sure a NTSC US PS1 release. A way to check for sure is to go onto GameFAQs, and they can sort games by country released in. Oh, I can rest my hands.
I sure hope no one saw me take the broken pieces of the orbs.
If they did, they'd be right behind us. I hope my brother's all right.
Can we mirror this?
Oh, what's that?
Transform.
Maybe it's an abandoned Imperial wizardry fortress.
There, that one.
Welcome. Ye who possess the 4 magic orbs hold
Definitely
the key
NTSC? Okay.
to heirloom.
Alright. There we go. So this is, if you've ever seen Mighty Morphin Power Rangers back in the mid-90s, this is Zordon. I don't know how they got the Power Rangers license for this, but they did. World Destruction League Thunder Tanks. I've never even heard of that one. What's Power Rangers? Oh man. Hitter, are you still here? School him on it. Yeah, that's true. Zordon is one of the few things in the game that actually has a face. You know what? I've been playing this game for a long time. That has never occurred to me yet. That Zordon is one of the few things that actually has a face. Holy shit. This changes everything. Yeah, that's true. Power Rangers had, at the end of each episode, there were powerful messages, public service announcements of, hey kids, don't be racist. Or another one was like, maybe exercise sometimes. I certainly did not take that one to heart. So, didn't work for me. Probably because I changed the channel at the end of each episode. Watch something else, like X-Men is on. A much danker show than Power Rangers. Alright, so here's some more plot stuff. Who cares? The plot isn't worth following in this game until the very end, and oh boy, do you get all the plot you ever want, then some. Alright, so this is the elderly man's house. The translation in this is real good. So this is actually supposed to be the elder's house. Alright, so here's a actual speed tech for the first time in the whole game. Speed tech. So rather than walking all the way back out here, we just warp out. Alright, more plot stuff. Red Ranger? Are you sure it's not the Green Ranger? Wasn't Tommy the Green Ranger? And then the White Ranger afterwards? I don't know. Alright. On a text, so we skip all that. Okay. We're almost to the point of the game where you actually have to be good at the game. Almost. Right after this. Okay. Now we're finally at the point where we in there. I'll screw the Power Rangers reboot. The reboot is supposedly coming out soon. That's what you should be hyped for. What? They did what? I don't know if I even want to click on that. Okay, so here is where you actually have to be good at video games. I don't think I want to click on that, Pitted. So here's the first actual dungeon. So hopefully I can skip almost every fight here. We'll see in a second. Okay, good. Skip that one. Good. We're already on better pace than my PB on console. So all the fights in this game are on global timers. Oh man, we got a perfect opening here. Look at that. Beautiful. Alright, I'll click it in a second. Against my better judgment. God damn it, Pitted. Okay, so you might have noticed that I walked by 3 of the enemies there. A big part of time gains or losses in this game is whether or not you can dodge enemies. Because each encounter that you get in is a minimum like 10 seconds, and that's if everything goes absolutely perfectly in the fight. So each enemy that I skip is essentially at least 10 seconds saved. Another time save here was warping out to the entrance of this area when I picked up that thing off the wall. Because it saves us having to walk back for 1, and 2, it actually skips a cutscene. Okay, good. Okay. Alright, this one I gotta mash circle for the first one, confirm for the second. Otherwise it just wastes all the time. Oh shit, hey Bowie! Hey, good luck with the limit break submissions, man. We gotta see some, Shining Force 2. A game I think I actually bought fairly recently and still have not touched yet. Hey, Morse. Alright, here we go. See all this hot speed tech of mashing 2 buttons. So we're going to have another point here soon where I can look at how many inputs I've done so far. We were at 16,000 inputs about 15 minutes in. We are currently at 26,000 inputs. Can I, 26,000 inputs. God damn it. Alright. So far so good. This has actually been a good pace run. And there's hopefully no more battles until the end of, until the boss fight here. Okay. So here's another spot where I should not be dumb. You gotta use this thing twice. Wait, Pitted, did you actually get a good run? 4-2. Actually, that might have been the run that I saw. When is double Ashley mod with every enemy Novistadors mod? The mod can also get rid of Waterhall, but you gotta offset that with more Novistadors. So this is a puzzle that, playing casually, you'd probably not know the solution to, unless you saw something in the Elder's house. Wait, Pitted. Didn't you say something on Twitter about Novistadors are not going to ruin any more runs? I could have sworn I saw something on Twitter about Novistadors and dead runs. Alright, so here's this place again. This is a place just prior to Anime Butts. We have more access to more parts of this place than we did last time. If I'm real bad here, there's like 4 fights, but this should be the only fight we actually ever get into. This is the first fight against a shield guy. The strat for these guys, if everything goes right, is to do that. To ram into him. Hope he does the slow slash attack, that one, because you can hit him every time when he does that. Okay. Unfortunately, there's only one more anime butt in the game, and it's at the very end. Alright. Yep, GameCube boys. So Pitted is going to move on to a new run when I move on to a new run. Which at this point it looks like it's going to be February. I got something cooking. Something is in the oven for a new speedrun that I may or may not be racing against an esteemed community member with. And it may or may not be a fairly long speedrun. Well, actually pretty long. Very long. In fact, never mind. Alright, so for this, you just need to know which doors to go in. Yeah, February is reasonable. Speedrunning games on PC, who does that? Don't be crazy. I might have given the hint earlier tonight. We'll see. I could just say it. Alright, for those of you awesome people who are here for a speedrun of the Granstream Saga, let me just tell you that I and at least one other person are going to be running Alundra. Which a good run of it is about 6 hours long. I ordered a Japanese copy of Alundra, and it's gonna come in the mail sometime soonish. Yep. Skate is also on board, so instead of me doing 8-hour Shenmue runs, it's going to be 6-hour plus Alundra runs. And when I did my PS Explosion playthrough of Alundra, it took 34 hours. So it's gonna be great. It's going to be great. So that room, by the way, the solution to that room is to just wait for a while. And I don't do any inputs on the controller because this game actually lags a whole lot. And any like lag that you get significantly slows down the game. This is actually supposed to be a 60 FPS game. You're going to see later that, oh boy, this game is not 60 FPS on console. On emulator it is. But on console, nope. Yeah, 34 hours. Like if you type in !game Alundra, it'll give you all the stats. That was with me hardly ever dying. It was just getting lost and being dumb at puzzles. And Skate is currently doing a casual playthrough of it, and he's on about the same pace that I was. He's about a half an hour slower than I was. So here's the first boss of the game. Boldrang is coming up. Need to be able to hit my split button here. Oh god, Croc 2. Nope. I am not speedrunning Croc 2. It ain't happening. Alright, so our inputs at this point, by the way. We are at 28,000 inputs. L2... I've hardly ever hit the L1 button. Or R1. But I've made 22 minutes, 49 seconds of total inputs. Alright, so here's the first boss coming up. This guy can be a huge troll, or it could be over in like 5 seconds. So we'll see what we get here. I am making up time on the PB/World Recce though. Okay, I'm gonna hit upper left right here, and then shield. And I fucking one-shot him. Alright. So that could have actually gone better, too. But I one-shot him. So that was a side effect of the Oni Maru weapon that I'm using. Not only is it the highest base damage in the game, it can also crit. And when it crits, it does 4 times whatever that ridiculous base damage is. Light gun races? That might actually be feasible for Elemental Gearbolt. Point blank, probably not so much. Maybe RPG mode? But maybe. From what I've seen of Elemental Gearbolt, which is actually a game coming up in PS Explosion, it is just barely an RPG. Like, by RPG, it means that whenever you kill enemies, it gives you XP, and then if you kill so many, you level up, and it makes your shots slightly stronger. I'm still looking forward to it, though. And yeah, by the way, I have data monitoring for light guns as well. I can see how many times I pulled the trigger and how, and what my trigger pulls per second is. Because I know in Point Blank, I was able to do 11 trigger pulls per second in one of the mini games, because you kind of had to. If you can't spam in Point Blank, then you're not going to be able to beat very hard mode. Well, I actually made, I made splits for each boss because prior to me finding new strats for this, the bosses actually took a while, to beat. Alright, so here I'm gonna spam the magic button. We can get on out of here. When's Ashley? Right now, actually. There she is. She's on the left. She's the worst character in the game. Yeah, point blank RPG mode was pretty magical. So by the way, at the end of the game, you can see we got those two waifus there. You can actually choose which one of them to save. The one you don't save burns in hell in a lake of fire for eternity. Because the plot at the end of the game just goes full crazy. Like, I'm not joking about that either. That is a choice you have to make at the end of the game. This game is so weird. Ashley with no face. Alright, Pitted, should I make that for you? Make a no-face Ashley mod. Because you keep saying she's got a monkey face. It could be worse. She could not have a face at all. The one who talks less? Well, that is the correct choice. Her, right there. She's the correct choice. And actually, that's one of the reasons to actually get good at the speedrun of this, because the world record holder, the Granstream Saga, determines who the best girl is. And since I'm currently the world record holder, the correct choice is the best girl. Which means that every time you do a speedrun of this, you have to make the choice that the world record holder wants you to. With a crotch cam under it? It kind of already is semi-transparent. Okay. The thing with the Christmas emotes on Chatty, I'll show you in a second when I have non-mashing time here. On Chatty, the F of Z Christmas emotes don't actually work properly, so what I see is the Christmas present, and to the right of it, I see the Cacodemon. So thank you for the Cacodemon. My least favorite enemy in Doom. Yes, Ed likes incorrect choice. It was kind of better when the F of Z Christmas thing had like the gift poo thing, because it actually worked correctly in Chatty. And that's the only gift anybody ever gave anybody. I don't know why they got rid of that, because that was too good. Alright, here we go. Here's how we're going to know if we got good RNG luck. If the guy on the left side of the screen actually moves away from that spot he's on. Okay. He moved once. So that was the same RNG I got last time. We're still good. We're still on world record RNG. Alright, so coming up here is the very, very minor time save that I accidentally found last time I played this. If you play this with a memory card in, it gives you one extra like set of dialogue in the church here. But if you play this without a memory card, it just kind of kicks you out of the church, rather than you having to say, yo, I want to leave. So that's good. That's a few extra... Was that 3 extra button presses I don't have to do? Out of the probably 200,000 button presses that are going to be in this this whole thing. But still, that's 3 less button presses I have to do. Oh, don't worry, Pitted. The Lakers will make a run for that next year. My Lakers want every single record. Alright, so right here. This is where that sick time save is. Alright, we want to do nothing. Okay. And then he just says, hope to see you again soon. If I had a memory card in, he would be super insistent about talking to me. Alright. Talk to her. Talk talk to Garcia, then talk to Dude. Okay. Good. Alright. So I'll point out again. This is supposed to be a 60 frame per second game. And if you're watching this on Source, it's actually a 60 FPS stream as well. So you should be able to see every single frame that's coming from the system. And I'm running this through a FrameMeister. So this is actually legit 60 FPS capture, 60 FPS stream, 60 FPS everything. Everything is 60 FPS here, except the game in a whole lot of spots. So right now, so far so good. This is doing a good job of keeping up. Alright, here we want to say yes, or else just waste time. Okay. Alright, let's go look around. How about we just talk to this guy? Yep, we're done looking around. Alright, so right here. In this scene, right here, starting at 48 minutes, this is supposed to be 60 FPS. An atheist colony? Maybe? This game and religion do weird things. You'll see it later. So this continues to be totally 60 FPS. On emulator, which is what we originally competed on for speedruns for this, on emulator on EPSXE, this scene is 2 minutes faster than console. So we kind of had to make the decision a few weeks ago to we kind of just had to clear out the leaderboards of the old emulator times, because getting a 2-minute advantage on one scene, this one, and it's about as bad in some other spots too. That's not acceptable for speedruns. But yeah, well the weird thing is during battles, your character actually does have a face. You hardly ever see it because he has to get knocked down to see it. But there actually is a face on your character on his 3D model. And I believe this is a 1998 game, if I remember correctly. So this was post, like, FF7, which certainly also had its problems with the field character models, but at least they had faces. Alright, so essentially what's happening here is she's having a sweet cult meeting, and then purple hair waifu essentially said, "You guys are all idiots." And then they're gonna put us to death for it. Sure. If only the name of the game was literally on screen, Stalagmite. If only. If only you could see how to spell the game. Alright, so I mentioned earlier, there isn't too much RNG in the game. This part, however... yeah, you got there. Eventually. That's actually a mistake a lot of people make when writing up stuff about this game. I don't know why it's so difficult to get the title right, but a lot of people do. Spelling is hard to 3-3, I agree. Like, you saw me trying to type in stuff after Quake 2. I couldn't type worth shit after that. Alright, so this is the thrilling gameplay part of Granstream. So, in this section here, I need to mine some stuff out of the walls, and you're going to see the incredible technique that you have to do. But first, our character is going to be punched literally straight through his face. This is Grandia, of course. This is Grandia -1. Alright, so check this out. He's gonna punch this guy so hard, his fist is gonna go through his head. Boom. Alright, so this part, I need to get 10 things from the walls. And this is where you could lose time in your speed run through no fault of your own. Because I went so far as to try and task this. And I could not find a way to do this. Like, manipulate this. Alright, so here we go. There's one. We got a level up, but who cares? Because level ups don't mean anything in this game. Alright, there's an LP. That's actually wasted. Okay, there's another one. Yeah, if you have a mustache in this game, that earns you more face than most other people. Alright, 7 more. This is all you can do here. Mash the confirm button on the wall. Hey, Nyasu. It's going good. Actually, I told people earlier that I'm going to be speedrunning Alundra starting in probably like February. So get hype for that. I don't have high expectations for getting competitive time, but I would like to speedrun that game. Alright, we did it. That actually went pretty okay. Alright. I think I might pit it. I don't know. I might stream during HDQ. It depends on what's on. Because I usually actually watch HDQ. But if it's like the... I don't know. If it's like the Mega Man block or something, then I'm probably going to stream during that, because it's the same old shit. If it's actually something new that I want to see, or if it's one of the streamer friends, then I'll prioritize those. But if I've already seen it like 4 times already, like, well, let's say 90% of the HDQ schedule, then I'll probably be streaming during it. Well, actually, about the time thing for Alundra, there's usually stuff for that for like race categories of race until the end of the Desert Palace or whatever. So that they're an hour or 2 hours tops. Because that's actually how I raced some people in Shenmue. Shenmue 2 was we raced until the game got really boring, rather than when it just got regular boring. So that's always an option too. You can take part in those. Because that would be a decent... Oh god. That would be a decent race category, is race until... probably the dungeon after the desert one. Because that would probably be like an hour and a half long. Hey, Failed Sale. Welcome. So we're getting okay RNG here too. Same save. You can actually kind of cheaply do that, Pitted. Oh god, the RNG has gotten bad. But yeah, full game races, if you don't have the time for that, then there's not much you can do about that. Well, actually, if you can get like a disk image of it or something, and the other racers agree to it, then me and the other interested party would probably be just fine with racing on emulator. So. I'm an inspiration. Well, thank you. Come here for all things anime butt related. Alright, so we lost 5 seconds there, but no biggie. That was mostly just mining RNG. That wasn't really slop or anything. So we in there. This guy gets 1 pixel line of mustache. Oh. Alright. Oh, damn it, that's right. This is the split that has a really bad fake gold on it. Did I see your stupid picture? Hold on. Let me see how stupid this is. Yes. What is that even from? Okay. So this, the dungeon coming up here is the Magic Labyrinth or something, I think. This is probably the most, like, input and skill-intensive part of the run. So if you do everything right, there should only be one battle in the whole thing, and it's the battle at the very end in the jail area. But what usually ends up happening is you get, like, 1 or 2 extra fights. Alright, hopefully we get good. Oh, no. If that guy goes down into the other jail cell, then that's bad, because he just gets in your way. Okay, so before I get there, let me explain the trick I'm going to use. There's something called sneezing, which Pro Gaming with Ed, the other speedrunner for this, found. So when you're away of like the enemy's aggro range, there's an animation that they get to in their idle animation that Ed calls sneezing. And when they're in that animation, you can actually pass right on by them. So I'm going to do that to the first enemy and a few other ones. And then some other ones, I'm going to do a different technique, which I found, which is called the crossover, which abuses the pathfinding of enemies to pass by them and doesn't actually trigger battles. Hey, bud. Off home for Christmas, nice. Alright, so right here, I'm going to head to the left, and I'm going to sneeze the first enemy. So look at the enemy's feet on the left side of the screen, and you'll see what we mean about the sneezes. So right here we stop, right there. So he went to this idle animation of bobbing his head, and during that he doesn't chase you because he's too busy doing his animation. Alright, so here there's 2 enemies in the next room that I'm just going to run past because they'll be far enough that who cares. And then it's the room after this where we do the crossover. So I'll explain the crossover once I'm in like Cutscene City. Nope, didn't get it. So this guy was in a bad spot. So I couldn't do the setup for the crossover. Alright, so there's our 1 extra battle, hopefully. So what should have happened there is if he was in a different spot, I would stop in place and let him come to me, and then I would do a certain pattern of movements to get the enemy stuck in place. Oh, come on, get out of the door. Go. And then when they're in a certain spot of their animation, they can't get into fights. Okay, there's one we got past, and then this other one is tricky. Shit. So I was a frame off there. So enemies can only do their chase sequence or whatever between the center spots of the tiles that they're on. When they are in between like tile segments, they can't get into fights with you unless it's a diagonal movement. So let's see what we got here. Okay. Alright, good. So that guy was still turning in place. That means he couldn't get into an encounter with me. So if everything had gone right, this would be the only fight in the whole area. But we got into 2 extra fights. I think it was 2. And I think that's what I got into in the PB/world record. So that works out. And we got a crit on this guy. So the way the health works in fights is there's an LP bar and an HP bar. The HP bar goes down first as you do damage, and then it takes away sections of the LP bar, which is the part that's segmented. And once the LP is gone, then they're dead or you're dead. but because we can, if we do a normal hit with the sword that we're using, the Oni Maru, it usually takes away the entire HP bar at once, and it takes away one segment of LP. When the Oni Maru gets a crit, it actually takes away more than the HP bar. It takes away like 5 times the HP bar does, and on certain enemies that just takes away all their health all at once, and you just kill them in one hit. We actually did that with that boss earlier, the Board Lang boss, which is why I made up a few seconds on that. So this will definitely not be a gold split, because my gold split is screwed up on this one, apparently. But so far so good. We're legitimately still about 40 seconds ahead of world record here. So I'll mention again, this game is supposed to be 60 frames per second. 60. Now it's back up to 60. Alright, so the whole village is on fire because plot. Here we go, level up. Or actually, that's later, never mind. This is technically an RPG because you get level ups and you have stats and all that, but none of that actually matters. Level ups only give you like 1 extra HP point, and HP is pretty much worthless. This is a PlayStation 1 game. So it's pretty much dependent on gear that you get and extra LP segments. Alright, so this cutscene we're about to get here is very different. Oh shit. In Japanese. So I have the Japanese version of this game as well. This scene is way different in that version.
There can be no mercy for barbarians who take children as hostages.
No!
Arcia, get out of my way!
There has to be a non-violent solution to all of this.
Don't be so naive. This blade will do the talking for me.
Arcia!
Hey, thank you, Bio Billy.
Blood is the blade's language.
So in the Japanese version, when she grabs that dagger, she doesn't make a single sound. She just goes, just grabs it. And then says, we need to find a peaceful solution. So a much different tone in the Japanese version. Alright, check out all this gameplay here. So we just had a cutscene, and then we walked up and through a door. Get ready for some more cutscene. Alright, here's all this gameplay. Look at all that. Alright. Back to mashing. So you can tell who the bad guys are in these scenes, because the bad guys all have hats. As they do. And if you missed earlier what my explanation was for streamer, why are you spamming like all these buttons on the controller when nothing's going on? It's because almost every single button on the controller skips text in this game. And in order to optimally skip text in this game, you have to be mashing above 8 presses per second on 2 buttons at the same time. So I'm currently at 26 total button presses. This one's up. I'm currently at 26 button presses per second, which is more than I need, but I want to make sure that I'm skipping text as quickly as possible. Like if I'm only skipping text with 1 button at once, it's actually not going through the text as quickly as I can. So even though I'm mashing at 12 button presses per second, it's still not as fast as doing this. Because one press brings up the text box quickly, the next press advances the text to the end, and then the press after that like removes the text box from the screen. And if you're only doing one button, it has to do those 3 sequentially. But if you're mashing on multiple buttons at once, it could skip steps in that. So it will not only open the text box, it will also advance the text and close it at the same time. So that's why you gotta be mashing on all those buttons all at once. So you could get away with doing just 2 buttons or 3 buttons, but to make sure that I'm mashing at the speed I want to, I just go ham on the controller. And I tested all this on emulator, by the way. Like frame by frame with the turbo controller. Just to see how fast I need to do this. And on console, that hitches there every time. I don't know why. Yeah, L1 and R1 do also skip text, but it's more comfortable for me to hold it like this. Like if I skip like this, it's worse on my knuckles to do that. But yeah, I totally could skip text with L1, R1. Yeah, the lack of faces is pretty weird. So during our research for this, the speedrun for this, Ed and I looked at like old logs of like old GameFAQs stuff and Usenet articles about this game, and there were 2 like things that came up all the time about this. One, there's an anime butt in this game. That was a hot topic about this game when it came out. The other thing was, yo, nobody has faces in this game. And that was about it. No talks of like, hey, I found a way to get out of bounds, or hey, I found out a way to kill this boss immediately. Nope, it was, yo, there's butts, and yo, there's no faces. So Ed and I were pretty much on our own for a long time. And the route is pretty different from the way it was when we originally started running the game. A good time when we started running this was about 420. And now a good time is like, on emulator it's like 330 something. And on console it's 345. Alright, what's our mashing looking like for now?
All of this trouble is my fault.
We're at
Not true.
54,000
Ew.
total inputs.
Marcia, you can't blame yourself for all that's happened.
It is my fault. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't even help one child, let alone save the world. Oh,
You did what you could. Don't torture yourself over things that cannot be controlled.
thank you. Your hands, their warmth feels so good.
Yep, the 420. So that counter on screen is actually accurate, by the way. I've tested it with the turbo controller. It's actually picking up every single input, and I've legitimately done 54,000 button presses in the last 1 hour and 10 minutes. But my hands don't actually hurt. Like I mentioned earlier that the first 40 minutes of this game are rough on your hands, but once they get warmed up to mashing, you just kind of get used to it. From MMX4, maybe, I don't know. The voice staff for games around this era were shared, so maybe. A way to check would be to go to mobygames.com. MOBYGAMES.com. That's a place to go for game credits, for stuff like that. There's also IMDb, but Moby Games usually has more data than they do. So here's another totally 60 FPS scene. Because it actually is. This is how quickly this should actually look. Now we're back down to below 60. Alright, so this is the final boss of this area. This is Lord Spatula Hands. See why in a second. He's got a sweet hat and spatulas for hands. That's his canon name, by the way. Alright, so we're almost done mashing here. So we just gotta level up. Very critical. Let's go find the youth. Alright. Now we're heading back to that that heresy cave, or actually it's called the something colony earlier. Religious colony. Now it's called Heresy Cave. But sure. If you want some real good like translation stuff, the next area is real good for that. Alright, Heresy Cave. So they had multiple translators probably working on this game. And you'll see why in the next area. Alright. So the like enemy evasion stuff that you have to do in this area is not so bad compared to the dungeon before this. But there are still some tricky spots in this. And it's all right at the beginning. So there's no actual like sneezing you have to do in this dungeon. It's just avoiding enemies. Like that one. All the enemies work on global timers for where they're moving at. So there's no real good way to predict where things are going to be. This might work? Okay, good. Alright, so for this one, the giant enemy crab right there can be a problem. But the nice thing about the giant enemy crabs is once they detect you and say, come fight me, bro, they actually stop for about a second before they chase you. And usually you can use that time to just get away from them. Alright, so this is a wizard. The wizard fights in this game are the worst. Oh, alright, good. We got a crit on the second one. So wizards suck in this game because they have an unblockable attack. They have a shield that they can use, which just makes them invulnerable for like 10 seconds. And they can teleport. So the really crappy thing about the teleport is that when you hit them, they teleport away. And you don't know where they're going to be after they're done teleporting. Yep, the giant enemy crabs. That's how you know this is a PlayStation game. Naturally. Alright, where's this guy? Okay, good. So this last enemy down here, this is the biggest pain in this area. And we got him. Okay, good. We had good global timers here. Alright, so this enemy, this is going to look risky, but it's not. You can actually clip through the shells of giant enemy crabs like that. Their hitbox, or whatever you want to call it, is just like the very center of them. So you can clip through the sides of their model, no problem. And that was the only risky part of the whole dungeon. Already done. Yep, real-time weapon swapping. $599 US. I miss my PS3. I had the I think I had the launch model. And man, when you put Metal Gear Solid 4 into that thing, it was like having a space heater. Which is actually kind of nice. If it was getting a little cold in the room, you just turned on your PS3 with Metal Gear Solid 4 in it, and you could fix that real quickly. Alright, this we just gotta say yes a whole bunch. Okay. Silver PS2, yeah, the silver PS2 is apparently the best one. According to the authority, Mr. Caveman DCJ. That's the one he has. I have two of the original slim ones. SCPH 70012, I think is the number. They work out fine for me. Oh, the PS4 is still dumps out a lot of heat. Yeah, that's what I like a whole lot about the playing PS1 games on a PS2. One, it's super quiet, and two, it doesn't dump heat. Like when I do Shenmue Showdown, I can tell because the 360 is just dumping heat everywhere, and the I think the cooling fan in my Dreamcast is dying, so that one should be dumping out heat, but it's not. Alright, this is important. Oh yeah. Alright, so this is Kool-Aid Man. It's useless for 3 months of the year. I'm guessing because it gets too hot, where you have the PS3 stored and it just overheats. No, I've always the thing before was for a new laser for the PS2, which I do. I have replacement lasers. Yeah, PS3, like the last generation of consoles and high ambient heat don't mix at all. You're gonna get a red ring or a yellow light of death really quickly. All right. Good luck here with the wizard. This one we need to go on the yellow teleporter. Up here. So when you end a battle, it ends the fight. Oh shit. That's the first time I've ever gotten a crit there. I didn't even know you could crit on those guys. That, alright. Sure. That actually sped that up by like 10 seconds. Okay. That actually threw me off so much that I almost went to the wrong portal. Alright. Good thing I have an input monitor for that because I could probably manipulate that now. I can see exactly what I pressed. Okay. Sick. I had legit no idea you could crit those golems. I've done that fight probably 60 or 70 times now. Never have I had a crit on that, and I don't think Ed has either. Because I've seen most of his runs too. It's like, here's how this is supposed to go. So however long that took is how much we skipped by just getting a crit. Alright, I'm not going to heal here because my health's already good. The green crystal will refill your health and let you save as well. But my health is already fine, so I'm not going to worry about it. The boss isn't a threat, neither are these guys. If I was at like 1 LP, then yeah, I would heal. Looks like Evergrace. I think Evergrace looks slightly better than this. Research about PAL. Actually, if it's about the sliding, the direction change in Alundra, I did some looking at that today, and there's actually an audio cue for it on NTSC. So when you stop and you hear the skidding, I got a crit too. What the hell? When you hear the skidding noise, it does 3 skidding noises. On the second of the 3 is the audio cue on NTSC for when to do your direction change. That was the result of my exhaustive 3 minutes of research I did today. So at least on NTSC, if you're unsure of the timing for it, there you go. That's how you do it. And I was able to fairly consistently do the trick after I figured that out. Alright, so for this one, once she turns around and puts her head in her hands, then I need to start mashing only right here, mash only circle. Okay. Because if you say yes to her, all it does is just waste a ton of time. Alright, I have to rest my hand soon. The last 2 to 3 frames. Oh man. Good old 50 Hz PAL. Alright, so we're gonna summon Lord Spatula Hands now. The only thing that you don't want to have happen in this fight is get the boss onto the middle of one of the 4 circles on the floor. There's one in each corner of the room we're about to get into. If the boss gets into the center of one of those circles, he starts casting a magic spell, and during that, you can't damage him, and he takes like 10 seconds to, 10 seconds to cast a spell. So there's those 4 circles. The strat here is essentially just rush at him, and then hope he doesn't move to a circle. Alright, here we go. It looks like, yeah, I made up time. Sick. Alright, so those crits I got actually were worth it. Oh, come on. Don't you fucking dare, boss. So you want him to hit you there, by the way. Because when he's doing that... Okay. That could have gone way worse, but I'm okay with that. So ideally, 1, you want to have him crit you. 2, or no, you want to crit him. 2, if that doesn't happen, then you want him to do that little pushback thing with the crystals every time you hit him. Because it sets you up to just rush at him again, and just get him into this loop. But a few of those times there, he didn't do that, the counterattack, and that screws up the timing, because you're expecting it to happen. And if you try to attack him when he does that, he'll knock you down every time, because that attack will take off one full bar of health for you if you get hit by it. So you kind of have to play it safe there. Fair. But yep, good old PAL. 50 hertz, but there are slightly more lines of resolution. I think I'll take the extra 10 hertz. Especially with the whole, like, frame rate thing. And game logic running slower and all that. I know that feel from having to import the PAL version of Overblood 2, and that certainly is a 50 hertz game. There are other things wrong with Overblood 2, but one of the things wrong is that it's a 50 hertz game. Alright. We're almost done with Aquas here. So this, if for whatever reason in this scene, you can rotate the camera. Usually when you're in cutscenes like this, you can't rotate the camera. By the way, that's the thing you can do when you're just like moving around the game world. Well, okay. Overblood 2 is perfect in its own way. Yep, 15 FPS and 64 master race. Gotcha. So if you're wondering what the hell this is Arcia, the incorrect choice for best girl in the game, doing something called the lifting verse. She's saving these continents from sinking into the ocean. Standard new 3DS? What? Alright. Very important here to actually go to Pixim. By the way, the map screen and this spells it P-I-X-I-M. Whenever they refer in the dialogue to this town's name, it's P-I-S-H-I-K-I-M. Because, sure. Sure. Yeah, that is like ultra cinematic as 15. Ubisoft would be very proud. So 60 FPS game still. It gets real cinematic at this part. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Correct spelling is for nerds. It gets even worse later, too. Get hyped for that. Alright, so this guy, I was talking about like route differences from when we first started running this game. I used to think that you had to attend this funeral before the game would let you leave, but as it turns out, nope, you could just leave. Because I trusted what an FAQ said online, and the FAQ said, you gotta go to this thing before you can move on. Yeah, this does look like the Kingsfield models. Oh man, I am not hyped for Kingsfield 2. Or that, the other game, Shadow Tower. Whenever we get to that in PS Explosion. Oh boy. Alright. Gold. So this is Volkos. In Japanese, this place's name is Burnin. B-U-R-N-I-N apostrophe. Because they just had to hit it on the nose for this place. Because there is a big-ass volcano in the center of the floating island here. And the gimmick for this place is that the island is precariously balanced in the center. So they have to monitor the weight of people and things on either side of the volcano so that it doesn't like tip over and spill all over and like ruin the town. So they have this way station in the middle. Yeah, I took a look at the maps in Kingsfield 2. And Kingsfield 2 looks like a bigger game than 1 was. Oh god. So I can't remember how long it took for Kingsfield 1. I think it was like 20 hours. 2 is probably going to be more like 25 to 30. If I had to guess just from the size of the game world. Unless some of it's like bonus stuff. Well, they are using more ballast. Right here. This is their ballast. I have to pick up rocks to equalize the weight of waifus. Dark Cloud. Is Dark Cloud 2 one of those that's being released on PS4? Because Dark Cloud 2 is like $80 if you want a disc copy of that for PS2. So if you were ever like in the market for Dark Cloud 2, you should probably just get it on PSN. If that's one of the ones. Who designed that? Gaines did. You'll actually see something about it later. Much later. Only Dark Cloud 1. Yeah, I think Dark Cloud 1 is like $8, I want to say, on Amazon. Because that one got a greatest hits release in North America. But I don't think 2 ever did. And 2, I think, was rare even when it came out. So if you want a disc copy of Dark Cloud 2, you better be prepared to pay out for it. But for the most part, most PS2 games are relatively cheap. There's about 20 or 30 that are over $30 each. With 1 or 2 being over $100. Like Dot Hack, the last episode of Dot Hack is over $100. And then there's like a weird survival horror game that's like $90. But most of the rest are relatively cheap. Yeah, Shadow Hearts 1 is relatively expensive. 2 isn't, and 3 is like dirt cheap for whatever reason. I think that reason is because nobody took it seriously. You have Quarantine. Quarantine's the first one, I think. I think Quarantine is one of the cheap ones. Oh shit. Oh my god. Wasn't paying attention. Hey, Boxlers. Alright, so I gotta talk to some NPCs here. I lost some time because I accidentally walked to the right. Yeah. Oh, this last one? Okay. Yeah, you can get quite some money for that one. Hey, notice me. Oh yeah, infections first. That's right. But actually, if you put in !search PS2 hack, you can see all of them. So I might be able to just do it right here. If I can type in chat. Let me see if I can do it before somebody else beats me to it. Search PS2 hack. There we go. So yeah, 4 parts, there were 7 games.
I must be imagining it, but I thought I saw that cloud move like some kind of a ship.
Gandor!
Huh?
It's the Vangel, closing at 3 o'clock!
The Vangel?
Enemy approaching, all weapons hot and at the ready. I've got them in my sights, ready to light them up at your command, sir.
Maintain speed. Activate disruptor torpedoes.
What's he doing out here?
Fire!
Alright. So coming up here is where I would normally take a bathroom break, but I'm good. Yeah, $100 plus. Yep, exactly. So yeah, if you did want to sell it, now would probably be a good time to do so. Yep, Chara's Nabble. Shooting volcanoes, as you do. We'll be transferring save data, absolutely. That's why I do games in order for the series. So the way I have it pick PSX games for the poll is I always make it so that in 99% of cases, only the first game in a series is eligible to even appear in the poll. And then once we do that first one, the second one's then available to appear. Unless there's like some weird cases, like the Crash games, for example. We can't do Crash Bandicoot 2 until we do 1, but Crash Team Racing and Crash Bash are eligible to appear, because who cares about story continuity in those? I care about continuity in Crash Bandicoot 1 and 2, though, because it's so important. A notable exception to that is like Final Fantasy, because you don't need to know the story of 7 to play 8. Or 8 to 9, or 4, 6, 1, and 2, because those are also in PS Explosion. Or 5 as well.
Whoa! What happened? The continent's tilting!
You hear about it? A giant ship just landed here!
Huh?
We better go check it out.
Yeah!
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Gandor asked me to check on you.
Ah!
Be careful!
Laramie!
Don't worry, I'll be all right. Don't you let Arcia out of your sight.
Gandor!
What are you doing on Volcos?
Eon, Slazers fired a disruptor torpedo into the volcano from Vangel. Huh? This eruption will flood both towns below with molten lava. We've got to try to save at least one of them.
There absolutely is. We're at, it's roughly 89 out of 600. Let's say 90 out of 600. So, I'll let you do the math. Alright, so for this part, the fastest way to do this is to do nothing at all. During this part, you're technically supposed to be saving people in the village, but because it lags the game to do that, we're not going to do that. So we're just going to stand here for 60 seconds. So I've done an input 74,556 times for 58 minutes, 50 seconds of this run. So I haven't done an input for roughly a third of this run so far. It's probably going to keep up that for most of it. I've hit the X button 20,000 times. Holy shit. $20,000 times. That's a lot. Yep. Yeah, I time the or I do the timing on inputs differently than button presses. So it only records a button press if I go from unpressed to press, but while it's pressed, it tells the timer to go. So. So there are weird discrepancies like that, but it is actually accurate. So I've hit that X button a whole lot. Yeah, I also, about percentage completion rates for PS Explosion, I also have a spreadsheet of category completion rates, and I showed that earlier. I don't think there's a lull in the game where I can show you... Actually, maybe I can. Will this work? There we go, right there. I do have something for category precision completion rates, which if you're interested, I have that on my Twitter, if you want to look at that. I'll end up putting the link to that spreadsheet in my pasta about PS Explosion at some point in the near future. But for now, that's only a private spreadsheet and a screenshot of it. But there are 3 categories in which we've done 0 games so far. Strategy RPGs, puzzle games, and party games. There's only 1 party game, though. Alright. So we got some shopping to do here. But first we're gonna go steal some money from the mayor, because we need this. We're gonna do a slight sequence break here by buying something before we technically need it. I wouldn't call it a sequence break though, we're just getting something early. Getting that. Getting this. Okay. I try. Alright. And we go into the mayor's house. We talk to Arcia. She says, "Oh no, Laramie's missing." When's Monkey Hero? Whenever I get a original PlayStation, which I will at some point. I've actually tried a few times to order one, but they've always had something weird that's kept me from actually completing the transaction. Like, hey, here's a PlayStation for $10, but it fell in a dumpster. Or it may or may not be stolen. So I'll get one eventually. That's pretty much the only thing keeping me from playing Monkey Hero. Alright, so now we're off to the second most, like, tech/input intensive part of the run. This is the lava caves. It's pretty tricky to do this correctly. Yeah, I pretty much have to buy a console for one game, though I've already done that with Shenmue. The only thing I play on my Dreamcast is Shenmue 1. So, that's already happened. And also Shenmue 2. For that matter. I only play Shenmue 2 on my Xbox 360. Okay, so here we go. So this first room, the first giant enemy crab can be a problem depending on where he goes, that's fine. Second one can also be a problem, except right there. So I already pointed out earlier in the run that the collision for the giant enemy crabs is the center of their model, not the sides. Okay. Oh god. This might be a bad one. Okay, this one's fine. Alright, this will be my one extra battle. Fighting these guys are horrible, though. Okay. We got a Bazam. That is my one extra fight that I'll allow for this whole area. Okay, so here's another another sneeze. We wait until he does that, and then we can just run past him. That one specifically, you do not ever want to fight. The giant enemy crab I fought earlier had 1 HP bar and 2 LP bars. That giant enemy crab there has 1 HP bar and 6 LP bars. Alright, so here's another sneeze here. This is a 2-part sneeze. Oh shit, okay, I need to redo this. Okay. So you want to get him into that animation there of, like, bobbing up and down. This I also want. This is critical that I get this. Okay. Alright, Zerus, out of the way. Okay, got him. Yeah, the floor is lava. Sorry if that makes anybody motion sick. I've heard somebody say that before, that the floor makes them motion sick, but that's just the way this area is. Alright, one more sneeze on this guy here. The setup is to touch the wall and then go past him. Okay. Alright, this next room, the second one that I skip here can be tricky. The first and third are easy. This one's easy. This one here is not. Got him. Okay. Good. So we just save time on the PB. Because that guy, you don't want to get into that fight. It takes forever to fight. But I did get into the fight with the giant enemy crab earlier, so that kind of offsets it. Alright. Here we're going to use this while we're here, and this. So we got some more giant enemy crabs to avoid here. This one we go up to avoid. This one we go left and around, up. Alright, this one, the second one, is the trouble one in this area. Because this is the dugong here. Yeah, got him. And this is the last one. In there. Okay. So besides that one fight I got into at the beginning, this is perfect. So besides the part that wasn't perfect, this is perfect. Well, of course the crabs have faces. Why wouldn't crabs have faces? Alright, and then we're back to spamming. Yeah, this is one of the better music tracks in the game. I'll agree with that. It looks like I made up about 20 seconds on PB world record here. Probably going to be about minus 134. Which I'm totally okay with. Or minus 141. That I'm even more okay with. Alright. The world record is the splits. For console. I have the world record on emulator and on console. And we've kind of thrown out the emulator times because they're just super unfair comparing against console times. So, for all intents and purposes, 3 hours, 45 minutes, 48 seconds is the world record for this. And I'm currently on pace to beat it. But, if you've never seen the end of a Granstream Saga run, being ahead on your splits at any point does not guarantee anything at all. The final boss in this game is pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, so I mentioned before that multiple translators likely worked on this game. here's some of the greatest work of one of them. So if your basement is secreting, you should probably see a doctor. Oh yeah, 48 seconds and a half. The half is very important. Alright, so here's one of the hardest parts of the game, reading a book. That might sound crazy, but... Oh, and I already fucked it up, see? Fucked it up again. You could actually lose real time on this. Reading the book boss is very difficult. If you can get the MLG book read, then you can actually save multiple seconds. So here's another greatest hit from the translator. Stalagmite Castle. The bird is actually supposed to be sideways here. It's actually intended. I used to think that was an emulation error, but nope. Yeah, it's probably a typo. But the translator is the one who made that typo. So, it's still on him. Alright. Stalagmite Castle. This part's super easy, except for the one part that really isn't. So, the next boss coming up here has been named Ricky McDaniel. You'll have to ask Ed why he's named Ricky McDaniel, but that's his name. Ricky McDaniel used to be a run killer. And he's not even a boss, he's just a regular enemy. But, for whatever reason, they made this regular enemy like the hardest one in the game. Yeah, translator sucks at typing, and the proofreader, if they even had one, is just asleep at the wheel. You know, the translation wheel. Alright. So let's go fight Ricky. So that, I picked up a chest in the last dungeon when I was talking to Man with Beard in the room where people were talking about the scrolling lava textures. The thing in the chest is optional, but in the speedrun you'd absolutely want it, because that one thing that I picked up chopped off about 5 minutes off of the run, just from picking up that one item. Because it allows us to do a kind of a special attack. What the... What? I didn't... Alright, so this is Ricky, by the way. This is Ricky. I'm getting the full Ricky right now. Okay, and then we've got him. Holy shit. That was bad. So that was just a regular enemy. And during this part of the game, if you go to the left, you have to fight 2 more of them. But if you go up here, you have to fight 0 of them. Oh my god, Ricky almost got me. Yeah, Ricky almost got me. That's embarrassing. Yeah, the boss of this area is also no slouch either. Yeah, Ricky was going in there. I think I've only had one good Ricky fight out of all the runs I've ever done of this. And I've done quite a few. I think only one of them has actually been any good. Though at least I haven't died to Ricky yet. Ed actually died, I think, maybe twice to Ricky before. So far, I have not died to Ricky. Alright, let me see your memes. Alright, you've updated the memes for late 2015. Excellent. Yeah, the real final boss is Ricky. Like, everything from an hour 50 onwards is just like the epilogue. But boy, does this epilogue get real crazy. Alright, so the red crystal we haven't used yet. We're going to use it now. So all the red crystal does is it teleports you to the entrance of the dungeon. Not to the map screen. There's an important thing to note here. It teleports you to the entrance to the dungeon. So I've actually, in races before, been like distracted and thought, I'm probably at the map screen, I just hold right here. And then, whoops, it actually puts me into the wrong load zone and I waste a ton of time. I haven't done that lately, but that is a thing that has happened. Alright. So you might remember from earlier in the game, I was doing something with magic, the warp spell, in that very first town I was in, to save some time in like moving. That spell costs, I believe it's like 90 MP to cast. We currently have 190 MP. So I haven't been using it up until right down, like right now. What did you miss? You missed a clutch boss fight. So I've been saving that MP for the warp spell until right about now, because we're gonna have to do some travel back and forth between the town and the map screen. So we strategically save our MP for casts of that until now, and it's also why I had to get that extra 500 gold from a chest earlier, like a hidden thing. So I'd have enough for another cast of the thing. So here's that sequence break I told you about earlier. We got the vial of acid or whatever, or sulfur, before we knew we needed to get it, so that we wouldn't have to go to the shop at this point in the game to go get it. Alright, so we talked to Best Girl. And she says, pretty much just go away. And then that's our cue to return back to where we just were to go get the thing. Another point here is that during these little screens where it shows what room you're going into, you can actually move for a few frames while it's fading in. So if you know exactly which direction you need to move in, you can get a jump on whatever movement you need to do. Alright, so I'm spamming the warp spell here, because we're going to need that to get on out of here. Okay. Now we're off to the final-ish dungeon of this continent. Back to kind of where we just were. So I'm gonna get my health back before I go to the next area, because there are two phases to the boss fight that's coming up here, and sometimes it's faster to intentionally take damage. Sometimes you don't know it until until it's too late, whether or not it is fast or not. But you're gonna want to have as much health as you can in this part. Also, this boss is a bully. Okay, so in this area we're going to do more sneezes, so we wait until this guy goes like that, and then we just walk past him. If he was still in the up position there, and you tried to walk past him, you will get into the battle. But if it's down back in the ground, the battle won't trigger. So some of those dudes you can just walk past, at whatever like animation phase they're in. Some of them you have to wait until they're back down into the ground. So there's also quick kills for the enemies I'm about to fight here. These guys are called ropers, by the way. These things. We gotta fight 3 of them. Sometimes I can kill them almost immediately, sometimes they're just the struggle. Hopefully I get good fights here, though. Okay. I might get the happy birthday. No, didn't get it. Okay. These guys can do that. But you can see what I just did there. What I just did there, if you look at the input monitor at the start of the fights, and you'll see what I'm doing. So if you do, I believe it's a fireball motion. Oh, come on. Fireball motion and then attack after you do it. So left, down, right, and then attack. He'll do that special attack where he spins around. Okay, that works. So those were actually pretty slow, but I'll take it. Sometimes they could just avoid you forever. Like if you have to chase him around the room more than once, then you goofed. Alright, I can't remember if this is the guy I have to sneeze or not. I don't think it is, so I'll just go. If you just hug the bottom wall of this one, I think you're safe. You just go like this, yeah, okay. It's the next one you have to sneeze. This one right here, you wait right here, and go up. The next one you could just roll past on the left side, like that. Okay, and then we're up to the boss in this area. This is actually the hardest boss in the game. Like, legit the hardest boss in the game. There are two phases to it. The first phase, you can't actually damage the boss. The phase will be over when you either take 2 damage, or you hit the boss 8 times, whichever comes first. So in a speed run, I'm just going to be mashing my fastest attack. And this is another fight that should be 60 FPS, but... Alright, so there's one. Okay. Alright. So we actually hit him enough times to trigger it without losing all of our HP. Sometimes the boss just doesn't attack you. He'll put his tentacles down into the ground, and then they won't start attacking you. The other thing is sometimes they can miss, which is what it did there. So that's why you always just want to keep attacking, because eventually you're going to get 8 hits in, or they'll just hit you twice. So, at maximum, it'll be however long it takes to get 8 hits in for that. And then there's also a technique for starting off the next phase of the fight, which is where you actually fight the boss. You want to keep this fight, in particular the Hergazad fight, as quick as possible. You'll see why, or hopefully you won't see why I'm more into it, but this fight can go very badly, all the way sideways, very quickly. It's like the second biggest time waster in the whole run. The biggest time waster is the final boss, but we'll get there when we get there. Alright. I was actually super hyped when I found the fireball motion special attack, because when I was doing emulator testing, I was able to one-shot this boss. But as it turns out, in my testing, I had buff stats, because I was using debug codes. So I got super hype about one-shotting this boss, and then, as it turns out, nope, the one-shot's a lie. Alright, so I lost 20 seconds due to Ricky. Alright. Oh my god. That went okay. So what could happen there is the boss just keeps his stupid fang shield up the whole time, so that you can't hit him. You can't hit him unless his tentacles are out of the ground. Alright, back to the lab. You can't hit him unless his tentacles are up out of the ground. And he can just keep his tentacles in there for forever, essentially, if he wants to. And then there's those little things that spawn out of the ground. Those things, if they come into contact with you, they will, one, either do damage to you, two of the types do damage, the other one will just slow you down. Only one of them spawned in that fight. It did actually get me, like, you might have noticed it knocked me over. Luckily I was still within range to hit him, because he didn't put his fangs into shield mode or whatever. So, that might have been one of the best Hergazad fights ever recorded. Out of, let's say, 140 of them that have been done. So that was pretty good. And yeah, the Hergazad fight in my world record for this was pretty poor, so that's why I made up 1 minute and 20 seconds. God, what was that? 18 seconds for the whole fight? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna have to PM that one to Ed. He was gonna be pretty salty about that one. Alright, and then we just got more plot stuff. So the plot still hasn't gotten, like, completely off the rails yet. That's for later. We're getting there, though. Alright. So here's a particularly dumb part of the game. So here's Geinz. We just talked to Geinz. We're looking for the wise man in this village. So naturally, we talked to Geinz. And he said he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't want to talk to us. So we're going to go over here. We're going to talk to this guy, a random guy. This guy says, "You're looking for the wise man? You should probably talk to Geinz." And then once we do that, we're going to take his advice. We're going to go talk to Geinz, like the guy suggested. Hey, here's Geinz. Let's talk to Geinz. We only have to talk to him about one thing. And he says, "I don't know. Ask somebody else." So let's go ask somebody else. So now we're going to go over here. We're going to talk to Kid. And Kid says, "Hey, you should probably talk to Geinz." Alright. Now let's go talk to the Elder, because he probably knows a thing or two. The Elder says, "Hey, you should probably talk to Geinz." This game. Pretty good. Alright. So we've got 100 MP left at this point. It costs 90 MP to cast our teleport spell. So we have one more use of it. We're actually going to save that. So right here, Geinz says, "Hey, I'm actually the wise man. Sorry." And then he says, "Hey, go back to the Stalagmite Castle. There's probably something there for you." So that's what we'll do. There's a text box when we go into the screen to the right here. I need to be ready for. We gotta get the heal here. Because we're gonna need that health in the next area. Alright. Here's the spooky ghost of Wise Man. And we got the lifting verse here. And then back to town. But remember that this only brings us to the entrance. We have to hold left here, or else things go very poorly. Alright. And we go to the basement again, talk to worst girl in the game, and then more cutscenes. And I can rest my hands for 15 whole seconds. Also, it says Julius's basement. The other translator spelled it Z-I-R-U-A-S. So there's Xerus and there's Julius's. Of course. Alright, I can almost rest my hands. What is our mashing at right now? We are at 92,700 button presses right now. Show you that one. 92,832. Oh god. And we still have an hour and 40-ish minutes left to go. Stalagmite Castle? No, it's Stalagmite Castle. Oh god. Alright, back to mashing. Whew. Alright. So here's where we're finally going to use that last teleport. This is also technically the last place in the game where you could really teleport when you're on the speedrun route. Casually you can teleport in other places, but pretty much from here on out, the teleport spell is worthless. We'll use it here. What is the plot of the whole game, or this part? Because this part, we just saved Island 3 out of 4, and now we're not able to get to Island 4, because that's one of the story things in this, is that you can't go to other places unless you have it in your memory. So I lost 12 seconds there because I did something really dumb. I didn't point it out, hopefully nobody noticed, but I did something dumb there. What is the plot? Global warming has ruined the planet. The only dry land available is floating islands, and the islands are slowly sinking into the sea by magic. In order to save them, we have to use lifting verses by one of the waifus to use magic and lift them back into the air. And there are evil wizards who want to stop us. That's the general gist of it, though it gets much weirder later. Much weirder. So when the plot gets real good, I'll fill you in on the when things start to get dumb. I mean, great. But so far, it's relatively normal stuff. So now we're back on the pirate ship that we were at when we saw the anime butt about 2 hours ago. You don't want to talk to those guys from directly behind him because you have to wait for them to completely turn around, so I goofed there. Whoops. Alright, so in order to get past this area, you have to talk to everybody, and that includes a dude who's literally asleep. Because, of course. And man playing cards. Well, the wizards try to stop it because they're evil wizards. That's what they do. I don't actually know why. Just anime plot. Alright. Take in this cutscene because it's so good.
It's huge!
That water spout came out of nowhere.
Ah!
It's the banjo from behind the water spout.
Banjo's firepower. We're a sitting duck. I've got to find some way for us to disappear. Give me maximum thrust from all engines on the double. We're going invisible.
They're taking evasive maneuvers behind a thundercloud, sir.
Let them hide. Their feeble attempts to thwart me are useless.
Game is so good. This game is so Granstream Saga is a true classic. I'm still trying to think of why this game in particular would cause my my program earlier to throw errors. Still trying to work out what the hell's wrong with that. I gotta put that on my to-do list. Hey, it's a magic wooden wheel, please. Alright, so this is the Vangel, or the Banjo, because that's what they call it in the cutscene. This part is also got some really annoying fights, and some particularly difficult, like, dodges you have to do. I almost never get the dodges on this one, but I'll give it a try. Ed is way better at doing this, this one than I am. Yeah, the mask is technically a part of his face, so it counts. Alright, so in the next room, there's going to be a wizard in the center of the room. Absolutely do not want to fight that wizard, because it's just, you'll be hemorrhaging time if you do that. But sometimes you kind of have to. Sometimes wizard just wants to get in the way. Like right now. Wizard, get away. Wizard, go away. I need to go through the north door. Okay, good. We did it. Sometimes the wizard will just camp himself on the left side of that, like, open passageway, and good luck getting past him. Alright, so for this one, here's a good example of the collision, like, fight detection while things are moving. Like, right there. I was practically colliding with the guy. So these guys can be a tricky fight if you don't get them into the, like, the stun lock loop. But we got it there. Alright. West elevator. So we gotta dodge the wizard again, and there's also a guy guarding the elevator. So here we need to stop here, or not. Okay, got it. That didn't take long. So yeah, there's a sneeze and a dodge you can do against that guy, but it's so hard to do, I just don't bother most times. Because you have to stop in a particular spot for a specific amount of time, move down a very specific amount, stop again for a very specific amount of time, and then go past him. And I can't be bothered most times. If somebody can string together a run that beats mine that has that, then I sure I'll have to learn that, but for now, I'm not gonna bother. Alright, so kind of the same thing before as the last room. We got a dude guarding the elevator in front of us, we got a wizard in the room above him, and then a fight we have to do after that. So ideally, I'd be dodging the dude in front of the elevator here, dodging the wizard, fighting the dude in the control room, dodging wizard again, and dodging dude in front of the elevator again. But no, almost made it past him. No, if somebody beats my time, I'll absolutely try and beat it. Like, me and Ed traded the record back and forth for a very long time. Alright, let's see if I can get him with the happy birthday. Nope, he got me with the happy birthday. Alright, happy birthday? Nope. Alright, we'll just do granny strats here. Alright, west elevator, second option. So dude in front of the elevator should be gone. So we don't have to dodge him again. That's the upside to taking out that guy, so you don't have to dodge him twice. But yeah, for a period between period of like 5 months, I think, Ed and I just traded records back and forth for quite a while. Okay, here, this room can be horrible sometimes. There we go. Alright. Sometimes that guy can get you if you don't do the exact right inputs. And you do not want to fight that guy. That's like the fight of shame if you fight that guy. I might be too far away. Yep, I'm too far away. Okay. By the way, there is supposed to not be music here, because this is a serious business engine room or something. Alright, so this is supposed to be a maze, but you know where to go. Super easy. So this guy, we need to sneeze like this. This, oh geez, that almost went bad. This, nope. This way. Okay. One wrong turn I'll take. I'll take that 1 second time loss. Alright. This is my favorite part of this area because right here. I get to do this. Ah. Yep. That was one of the longer breaks in the game. Good old 5-hour classes. Well, that's not as bad as one of my classes where the professor showed up to class 5 minutes before class was supposed to end. and took attendance. I was literally the only person there. And then just left 5 minutes later. And this was a 4-hour class, by the way. And I totally would have left early if I had a way to leave early. I was ride-sharing at the time. Based community college. East elevator, first choice. So there's only one fight left in this area. Yeah, it's against one of those dudes at the two swords again. Well, I got an A in the class because of it. So I'll take it. With a sick, I think it was like microeconomics. It was a very critical class. Alright, let's see if I can happy birthday this guy. This particular campus, this was a night class. And everything on campus closed before class even started. Alright, let's see if I can happy birthday. Got him! Alright. So ideally, that's how it goes. You just give him the happy birthday. Alright, east second, west second. Come on, come on. And it's not like I was sitting there doing nothing. I had a laptop at the time. I think I was playing like emulated Game Boy Color games or something. Because this was like 2004. Or Stepmania. I was probably just playing Stepmania too. Alright, so this area went well. I thought this went okay. We'll find out how okay it went in a little bit. But I think this went okay. Of course. Alright. That went 1 second better than last time. Nice. So that's okay. I define that as okay. Is this crazy story worth staying up an hour for? No. I'll be real with you, no. If you need to go to bed, then go to bed. Don't worry about it. Ask me again some other day and I'll fill you in on the plot. There is this dank cutscene, though.
There now.
Damn it all! I'm the one to blame for all this.
You're wrong.
The water spout, it's disappearing.
Behind the clouds, look! It's the continent, Zephyr.
Well, this particular place, it was a cash-strapped community college, and the person teaching the class was a person who moonlighted as an accountant and a DJ at the same time. And that was the finest instructor for that particular class, so they could get away with rolling into class 3 hours and 55 minutes late. Because there was kind of nobody else to teach. Good old community college. I've actually had multiple teachers throughout my education who have been teachers slash nightclub DJ. At least 2. One was a geometry teacher in high school. The other one was a economics professor in college. Oh god. Hey, just glad. Yeah, Run is looking good. Did you submit anything for Limit Break? There's a lot of submissions. I don't think I recall seeing your name on there, so I don't know if you submitted anything or not. Alright, so here's where the story gets weird, by the way. So this is the, Ed likes to call this place the 420 barrier place, because once we entered the town, everybody just got super high. They're all hallucinating. Everybody except main character, and this enormous pigeon that's in the spirit shrine. Oh, you didn't submit? Okay. Oh, sick, you'll be there. Nice. Yeah, I like that they're having the event on a college campus this time, or like around the campus, because that means there's going to be plenty of food around, and that's always good. And pizza, because they are big on pizza in college towns usually. That'll be nice. And in Utah, for whatever reason. Like, every time I went to Utah, like, usually just passing through, but even in, like, the small towns, there was, like, 3 pizza places. So good on you, Utah. Getting your priorities straight. We're gonna need civil infrastructure and then a pizza place. Is that the fucking Twitter bird? Yes, it is. AGDQ is in the same place it's always been, which is Dulles, Washington, D.C. The Dulles Hilton. So same venue, same town. Same old incredible drama. RPG Limit Break is what we were talking about, which takes place in somewhere in the Salt Lake City area. I think. It's either that or Provo? Maybe? I think it's on University of Utah, though. This is where it is, and wherever that is. But yeah, AGDQ's coming up. I think it's in like 2 weeks. Alright, so this is important. This is why I needed 10 MP, because we just got a translate spell, and that's critical for the plot. We actually need to cast a spell a few times here. Luckily, it only costs 1 MP to use it. But still, it's critical that we have, I think, 3 MP at this point. Because we gotta cast it once here and twice in the Water Temple. And I think that's it. Yeah, if you watch a lot of speedruns already regularly, then yeah, I could see why. It's a lot less hype if you're already seen the runs done before. Yeah, I actually considered for a little bit driving to RPGs Limit Break, because it would be about a full day's drive for me to get there from San Diego to where, like, northern Utah, wherever it is. But I don't know. I was actually also surprised to see that it's a shorter drive from San Diego to northern Utah than it is from Portland to to northern Utah. It's actually 1 hour longer for that drive. But geography's hard. Yeah, the gas would add up. Yeah. And the car I would take gets pretty shitty MPG, so it'd probably be pretty bad. Plus, I've already done a drive like that. I've driven from Minnesota to San Diego before, and oh, if you're talking about Funkdoc's actually streaming again. He streamed yesterday and today for the first time in, like, forever. That one perfect. Well, it could have been slightly better, but practically perfect. Tundra, yeah, I'd be driving a large Ford SUV that may or may not have been modified by somebody else to get even less MPG. Yo, my car's way louder, but it gets 10 less MPG. Good trade-off. Alright, so that's pretty much the first ruin done. Do I look like Bub Rub to you? Please. No. I'm not from Oakland. I am not Bub Rub, nor am I Lil Sis from Oakland. So even if I did have a bunch of MP here, I wouldn't be able to warp out, because, well, I mentioned before that that Volcos area was the last place I could warp. That's because you're pretty much blocked from warping anywhere else in the game. It's really dumb. I completely forgot the order you have to do these in. Okay, it's top, left, right. A massive spoiler. No, you need the racing stripes and stickers. Please. I thought you knew about going fast, man. As a speedrunner. So I put stickers on your PlayStation. So turbo controllers are banned, but you can still put stickers on your PS2. Ooh, okay. Got what room I was in. This one, we go like this. Yeah, that's true. What if they're just like transparent stickers? Whistle tip. My PS2 practically does have whistle tips already. If I play a PS2 game on it, the fan spins up to full RPM and it sounds way different from playing PS1 games. It also has trouble reading the discs, but that's something else entirely. Alright, important for this one to hit down and X as quickly as possible. Okay. Alright, sick. So I think I had trouble with the dragon fight the last time I did this, so that's why things kind of went real badly in my PB, and why I made up so much time. Alright, so this one, we got a whole bunch of fights to do, 6 of them, plus the boss. Green, west side, this one. With these ones, you're going to see the main strat for fights against shield dudes, which is ram into them and bait that attack, unless you get a standing... See right there, I didn't get the reaction I wanted. There, that's what you want. Okay. Yeah, the PS2 is practically just a PS1 at this point. Dark blue. Got him. Alright. So I've never done that strat before. It just happened to pay off. Alright, later, Driscoll. So you ideally want to kill the wizards as quickly as possible. And that one went fine. We took a laser to the face, but that's fine. That, okay. That one's less fine now. Almost took another one. Alright. I'm not gonna heal, though. Well... No, I'm not gonna heal. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I totally don't need to heal. It'll be fine. Okay. So far, so fine. We have one more fight to do before the boss. It'll be fine. Alright. Since I'm ahead so much, fine. I'm gonna pussy out here. No, heal. Fine. Okay. See, I didn't even need to heal. Jeez. All that waste of time. Alright, and that opens up this thing. So if you're doing this casually, normally you'd translate that that tablet thing, and then read the riddle that's on there, and it essentially says five colors, and you just need to do the fights and the teleporters for each color. Alright, so we rush him, hit him once, and then give him the combo Happy Birthday. So that's how that should go. Yeah, the dragon fights are actually one of the fights in the game where getting a crit is almost worse than having the fight go normally. Because then you have to decide on the fly if you want to risk doing a combo, because sometimes you don't need to. Alright. Now that ruin's done, and we got the water one next, the hardest one out of all of them. Alright, this one, the teleporter's on the left, I think. Alright. Oh, the lasers, okay. I got wrecked by lasers, so that's why I lost time there. Alright, so the hard puzzle here is that it says, hey, just go clockwise around the room. So the last time I played this, a kind of weird glitch happened where it pushed me off of one of these things, which I had never seen before on emulator. On console, though, it's done some weird stuff to me before, so here's hoping that this doesn't do weird stuff this time. And these are all on kind of like a global cycle. So as long as you don't miss too many, you will always make these. Forgot, you have to use the translator first. Okay, now here's the other part of the hard puzzle. You'll walk this way instead. So luckily, because this is on a global timer, that actually doesn't matter too much that I didn't make that. Because you never make this one. Because this one will always be in the up position. And you always have to wait for it, no matter what. So you could really only lose time on this dungeon, rather than make up time. And then the boss. Teleporters to the left, I think. So this one I think spawns you closer to the dragon, but still not close enough to just happy birthday right off the start. That could have gone better, but that could have also gone way worse. Alright. So I'm going to equip the armor, or whatever armor set I have here. Because up to this point, I've only been using the Oni Maru and the starting armor and shield. So that's why every time I get hit by an enemy, it knocks me down and takes out a full bar of HP. Because by this point, we should already have like 3 armor upgrades. But with the starter armor, we've got like no defense at all. So by putting on that armor that we got, we can survive 1 hit before being knocked down, and that's important for the next dungeon, because the next dungeon we have to do 9 fights. Okay. So I think I probably lost some time on this one because water dragon fight. And then I can't remember how my Ruins of Fire went in the PB. Or I made up time. Okay, sure. We're fine. Alright, East Room. So the gimmick for this area is that when you enter a room like this, the screen flashes a color. And you need to go in the teleporter that matches that color. It's a very difficult puzzle. So we need to go into the green portal after this one, which is the one to the southeast. Okay. So I can tell if there's going to be like a knockback for my hit, depending on if those guys have their arms up right before I hit them. Because if their arms are up, then there will be no knockback. This is a slightly better setup strat. If you use the block from that side of the thing, it puts you at a distance where you could start off the fight ramming into them. If you interact with the block right in front of it, you'll be too close to the dude and you won't be able to ram him to start the fight. Alright, next is the North Room. Oh, shit. Alright, southwest for this one. I still haven't gotten hit yet, so normally I would heal after that one, but I'm only missing 1 LP, so we're good. Ideally, you want to end a fight on the teleporter, so you don't even have to move. It'll just automatically warp you out. But this is fine too. What are you guys fighting about? Cheryl. Sure. Shit. So if he's charging his lasers, that will always result in no knockback, like right there. Those last 2 times, he was charging up his lasers. south room, and then west. So I think this one's a wizard fight. And I'm gonna try and get him with the combo right off the bat if I can. What the fuck? Where is he? Oh god. Okay. That's fine. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna learn stuff. Oh man. We're only allowed to learn stuff at university. None of this home learning stuff. Okay, one more hit should get him. Alright, good. Alright. Teleporter's in the middle of the thing, so we gotta go down and to the right. And then up and to the right. Alright. So that's that went pretty okay. Some of the fights were a little poor. Like one of the wizard fights. But besides that, that went okay. Okay. That went great. What class is on now? Granstream Saga 101. Alright, last crest. So we get an upgraded sword here, but we got Oni Maru. I've only picked up one extra weapon in the game, and that was just to get the combo attack. So when you get a combo attack for a certain weapon, you can use it for every single weapon in that class. Like there's swords, there's axes, and daggers. And all the sword skills can be used by all the swords. And the only reason why I've ever learned about that was because I was writing the meme 100% category for this. And then I stumbled across that in the FAQ of, oh, by the way, if you have the Oni Maru, you can use this combo attack. It's pretty good. And then that made the run like much safer and much easier. So for once, GameFAQs was correct about something. It rarely happens. This way. Alright, did I make up time here? Looks like I maybe did. Wow, alright. Yep, 4-hour-long night classes are so good. Alright, sick. 8 seconds. We'll take that. I've actually lost like a minute on that split before in previous runs, so making up 8 seconds I'm totally okay with. Alright, so we gotta use the thing. Crystal here. Is this world record pace? Yep, we are quicker than world record by 2 minutes and 48 seconds right now. So yep. Though, the final boss could have something to say about that. So the final boss could either take 45 seconds or it could take until the heat death of the universe.
Uh-oh. Bye for now. The great spirits call!
Because this game's so good.
Corky, no!
Corky is safe. He has joined me to become Korak. We must warn you creatures of the corporal worlds. Powerful spirit forces are in alignment. You must leave this land.
Alright, so there's the huge pigeon. That's our spirit beast. Yep, being comfortable in buildings is relevant to my interests as well. As somebody who too spends a whole lot of time indoors. So study hard. Only you can save the world. By properly regulating indoor building temperatures. Yeah, a 5-hour class is usually pretty rough. Especially if it's in a subject you're not interested at all in. But usually those are one a day or once a week. God, hopefully not one a day, but... if they're that long, they're usually once a week. Alright. Got less than an hour left. My hands and arms are starting to get tired, but we're getting there. 5-hour exam. Yeah, for most like college finals, especially online ones, they just give you 5 hours or something to take them. I usually finished in like an hour or two, regardless if I knew what I was doing or not. So those were always nice. Okay, you have forever to do this exam, but get done super early.
Don't come.
Laramie.
Everyone's gone, and now Arcea's in serious danger. How could this happen? What are we going to do? Oh, Eon, I'm so confused. You must go to her. You must save Arcea.
Laramie, I'm going to stay right here and make sure that you're safe.
And then, when your job's done, you'll be able to rush right over to Arcea's side where you wish you were right now. I'm sorry, Eon. I'm just under such stress.
It's just under such stress. Alright. We have to talk to Laramie again. Luckily you can do that just by spamming. Alright. Now here's another point where the game gets kind of weird. So Worst Girl is still hallucinating that she's like in a flower field full of sheep or something. And then suddenly this guy rolls in here and then this happens. So we just learned the genocide spell, which is an actual usable spell. It's one of the ones you use outside of battle to commit genocide. Sure. It's not useful in the speedrun. It would be pretty bad if I could do that in the speedrun. It doesn't blow up enemies. But it's not useful. Passive, so it has net energy surplus while maintaining cool temperatures. Well, solar powered fans. There you go. I just did your assignment for you. Boom. Job done. Also, this part is super spooky, by the way. Yeah. We genocided the entire population of one dude. So this part here is kind of RNG. There's two different patterns you can get. Luckily, I got the fast pattern here. So this lady's spooky. She says greed leads to sin. And it's super important that you say no to her, otherwise you get into a fight. A really annoying fight, too. Alright, next one. Counterclockwise, starting from the north. Last one. We need to start from the right side and work our way around counterclockwise. Spooky. This area is too spooky. I remember I had a pack for SGDQ. Oh god, my my checked bag was 1 pound under the weight limit. Oh god. And then on the way back it was 1 pound over the weight limit, so I had to haul around my Xbox 360 in my backpack. That was fun. What a good time that was. And then the TSA still broke it. They still managed to break my 360. The HDMI port doesn't work on it anymore after SGDQ. Thanks, TSA. Good thing it failed after SGDQ, though. That would have been real bad. But I did bring component cables, just in case. But still. Yeah, the stressful thing was, yo, can I bring this thing of toothpaste with me? Is this tube of toothpaste still going to be there when I arrive at point B? Alright, I'm gonna give you guys a spook alert. It's gonna get very spooky in about 30 seconds, or less than that. So if you're easily spooked. Oh. And be forewarned. About to get spooky. Alright, right here. Prepare yourself for how spooky this is going to be. Did you find her? Grandma, where's my mother? It's me after 1,000 years. Ooh. Alright. Spook warning is over. It's much spookier when I'm not, like, spamming through the text, but trust me. It's spooky. Alright, so we gotta visit the waifus one more time, and then we're kind of in the point of no return for the game. Alright. I would not at all be offended by it, considering I stole the idea from plenty of other people before me. Somebody else is actually already doing the, is also doing the every PS1 thing. I think they started after me, but I don't mind. Just have fun with all those PSP games, though. There's some real good ones. Oh man, I hope you like load times. There's also quite a few PSP games as well. Alright, how do we do here? Gold split, I'll take it. Especially well, I don't have a PS4. I don't really care about new games. That's the thing. Like, I have quite a bit of fun playing old games, especially the ones I haven't played before. There are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of games that I have not played yet that are already out. I don't really feel the need to play new stuff. Because I don't mind if the games look a little bad, or a lot of bad, like some of them. Gameplay is gameplay. Alright, let's see if I can get a quick... That was just everything whiffed there. Okay. That could have gone better. Which one of these? Okay. So this is kind of the last place where you actually need to use something in the inventory. And depending on how much like extra crap you picked up at this point, it could move around where things are in the inventory. Well, I happen to have a bot command that will tell you if I've done something yet. Also, which Castlevania, because there's 2 of them. But that fight went fine. Man, I might have all the Pokemon cards. This is probably the first time in a run I've ever gotten all the Pokemon cards. I think I have 3 out of 4. And that's just RNG. So if this were a 100% run of this game, I would be beyond thrilled at this point. But it's not, and they're just taking up space in my inventory. Ugh. Yeah, new games, the characters have faces, and that's even less reason to play them. Exactly. Alright, please no wizard fight. I got into a wizard fight in my PB as well, so that was another bunch of time that I could save. Got it. Okay. The timing on that is really weird, because those guys take longer to get up than pretty much all the other enemies in the game. They take like an extra second. So if you're gonna give them happy birthday, you have to hesitate for a little bit. Alright, so we got a sword upgrade there. Don't care, because we already have a pretty good sword already. Alright. This is the last golem fight in the game. Let's finish strong here. Okay. That was not finishing strong, but we did it. We didn't get hit again. Fine, I'll take it. I never have to fight a golem again. Until I do this run again. Alright, so after this one, we're going to get an armor upgrade, and I will switch to that one. Not because of the defense, so the defense is fine. When you equip the armor for this one... Actually, it might be the shield. I don't know. I'll equip both. It gives you a attack power boost. Actually, it might just be the armor. Whatever. One of the two things. Either the armor or the shield gives you an attack power boost. Yeah, the text description for it says, there, we have both anyways. The text description for it says, if both of these are worn at the same time, it boosts the power of the Zarin Saber, which is the black sword. But as it turns out, the attack power boost is for any sword. Not just that one. Alright, here's our last wizard fight in the game. Okay. And we powered through his dumb little mine attack. And got him. So that fight could also take a very long time if he starts casting spells. But we got a good pattern with him. Okay, in the next section here, I'm going to be looking at my CRT because there is a frame perfect thing coming up here. Oh, that I've only done on console once, and that was in the world record. If I do it right, it skips a fight. If I don't do it right, then we get into the fight. So it's going to be in the first room here coming up, the room on the left. There's going to be a dude in front of a console. If I do my movement perfect, then I can get to the console, use it, and then leave before he gets to me to fight. So let's see how this goes. It's frame perfect, though. Twice. It's frame perfect input down, frame perfect input left, or right. Alright, here we go. Come on. Got it. Got it. So if I hold down here, I'll be able to escape without getting into a fight. There we go. Okay. Good. And then the next guy is super easy to dodge. So that was like the one last real difficult trick in the game. Alright, this guy, we just want him to be far away from this thing. Okay, good. Didn't even have to go around. Alright. Back to skipping text for a bit. Alright, so Kool-Aid Man is going to do his best to open up this door that's in front of us. But doesn't go so well. Triangle, triangle, X, circle is the code for this. You'll see me put in the button inputs faster than it's like beeping. That's normal. So it'll only beep 3 times, but that's Granstream Saga for you. So you're actually only supposed to know that code when you defeat the dude in the room to the right. If you kill the guard in the room to the right and then talk to that the engineer NPC that's next to the console thing, he'll tell you the code. But the code's the same every time, so if you already know it, then it doesn't matter. That was actually another route change from the first few runs of the game. If you're searching for like games in a series, use the exclamation mark search function, and it will show you all the games with their proper titles. And then if you want info of those particular games use the proper title that the search function gives you. Alright. So press F to pay respects. Kool-Aid Man.
Eon, follow your destiny.
Alright. Out of curiosity, what is our input count at right now? We are at 125,000 inputs with almost 2 hours spent making inputs. Oh man. And we still got another 20 minutes. Hey, Ryden. Good thing these controllers are rated for many button presses. Alright, so I'm gonna get my health back here before we go up to the boss. So this boss, Goodle Zephyr, used to take like 3 times as long to kill normally until I figured out the strat with the fireball motion thing. Alright. So far, so good. Run's not over until we beat the final boss, though. Like I mentioned before, don't get hype until the final boss is dead. What the fuck? Why is he blocking that? Are you kidding me? Alright, this is off to a really bad start. This is so bad. Like my fireballs aren't. There we go. I'm gonna lose time on this for sure. Yep, 10 seconds. Oh man. Alright, that went real bad. Like, usually he doesn't block you that often, but he was just blocking everything I was throwing at him. Okay, so I mentioned there was a point in the game where things just go sideways, plot-wise. Here it is. So we just defeated the evil wizard's fortress computer thing, which is controlling all their operations. Here's the enormous pigeon and waifus. They're crying over Kool-Aid Man. And daggers falling. So, they're essentially going, oh man, I hope he's okay. And now we get our sweet victory congratulations speech after this. Alright. So that was the continent separating from the evil wizard fortress thing. So here's our congratulations. So, or the next screen. The screen after this is the congratulations. Alright, so right here. Here's all the wise men saying, hey, congratulations, you're brave, you're so good at this. And then this last guy says, hey, good job. Now get into your flying castle and go kill yourself. That is what he said. Because in order to end the menace forever, we need to destroy the flying heirloom castle forever. And the only way it'll do it if the guy who can command the castle is on it. So we need to ride that castle all the way into the ocean and down with it. According to the plot. So that's your congratulations for beating the boss at this point. Hey, congrats, now go kill yourself. Sure. But wait. It gets worse. So that's where we're currently at. They're currently devising a plot of, oh man, Eon's gonna go kill himself. Eon's dude in red hair, by the way. That sucks. We should probably do something about that. So they're gonna get on their enormous pigeon and try and go save him. In this hot cutscene after a bit more mashing. Okay. So here you go. So at the North Pole, no less. We need to go kill ourselves at the North Pole. Of course. Alright, I think... Oh no, there's a little bit more text. And then you can see some hot anime of the story going sideways. Alright, here's Zordon again. Zordon essentially says, oh, Eon, you don't have to kill yourself. Go get on the pigeon. So that's what happens here. Alright, here we go. So happy ending, right? Right? This music says happy ending, right?
What's happening? Look at the sky! It's gone dark!
Look at that light up there!
What is it?
We're being sucked into it!
Alright. So, that light up there, that we're being sucked into it, is actually a portal to hell. And now, pay attention to the right side of the screen in the conversations coming up here. And look at the character's face. Right there. Hey, he's got a mark on his face. So, as it turns out, the protagonist is literally the devil. And his actions, and that he's been trying to save the continents, he's actually been doing them to, like, hellfire and destruction. But wait, there's more. There's waifus. Waifus have appeared. Waifus successfully made it to hell here with us. Yep. He's had a spooky, scary skeleton inside him the whole time, and he didn't know it. Alright, get ready for some more hot anime.
Where are we?
I don't know, but I don't like the looks of it. Arcia, what's wrong?
Oh, I've seen this place before. Oh, oh, my head!
Arcia, what happened?
Arcia!
Who are you?
My name is Dimar, the only surviving ruler of the Nether Sphere.
Then you're the last demon.
Last demon. Alright, we're the second to last demon, by the way. Because Granstream. So this is Hades, by the way. We're in Hades. Alright. So, this is also in the world of Final Fantasy VII, because he's got some magic materia right there. Probably for something dumb like gravity, though. It's whoever used gravity. Please. Alright. So we get a now loading screen for it to load the same exact scene. Alright. Good loading screen game. So here's dude with kind of a face, because he's got a mask on. He's back. Alright. More anime. Enjoy.
Laser!
Dimar, is that the best you've got? Come on, try again. I want you to succeed. When I die, my spirit will enter the scepter forever.
If your puny spirit tries to enter the scepter, I will destroy it.
All right then, let's see if you can.
What?
Eon, use your strongest magic on me so that my spirit can enter the scepter and save us all.
Oh, Slazer, no, I could never do that.
Brother!
Eon, you are the only one with the magic to stop the cycle. If you don't, evil will triumph forever and we are lost. Eon, kill him now while you can!
Yeah, they didn't change the lip syncing for the English dub in this. It's the identical lip syncing for the Japanese version. But that dude there, Slazer, he's actually the worst voice actor in the Japanese version. Like, for the most part, the Japanese voice acting is pretty good. But you could tell the guy who voiced that guy in the Japanese version just phoned it in. He was just deadpan for everything, including that last scene. Alright. So we just blew up Dude Bro and blew up Devil 2. But as it turns out, he's still around. Yep, use genocide, yes. Granstream Saga in a nutshell. Man with no face on screen asks you to use genocide. Alright, how's my health looking? I think I need to heal here because I got hit by boss, yeah. Alright, so we got 4 fights. 2 are against just regular dudes because sure. Though stay tuned for the reward for doing these difficult fights. Alright, hold on to your butts for this.
I am winning. The evil is growing, taking control of him. He is losing his humanity. Soon he will be like the Ancient Ones.
That's a lie. Eon is not evil. He won't give in to your magic. He won't.
Yes, he will. He has been chosen. He is the one. Evil souls from all the worlds awaken when ghastly deeds are repeatedly committed. Eon is the reincarnation of Ma-O, the wizard of evil. He perpetuates the corruption that draws these souls to me. It is through him that I am able to lure them into my domain and rule them as I wish.
No! No!
You, your brother, and all the other survivors of the lands are merely pawns, manipulated by my hand to collect the souls of the evil dead. I have always been in control of your fate.
So when he does the laugh there, that's when you know to hold up, because that's the end of the dialogue. Every time, there's 3 dialogues, and he laughs at the end of each of them. Yeah, that was me doing the voice acting. It's my first voice acting gig. Couldn't you tell? Alright. Good, it gave me a crit on the last hit. Alright.
Yes, all of the people you know who have perished in your pathetic wars have died in the name of the great Ma-O Zarouge.
No, stop! Stop, please! I've heard enough!
No, you must hear it all. You must remember it all. The fear in your voice tells me that you are starting to remember. In your previous life, you were killed by Ma-O Zarouge.
No! It's not true! It's not true!
You were an innocent princess in the ancient kingdom who was killed by Zarouge so that you could serve him.
Oh, Zarouge. I've read about him, not all mythology. Are you kidding me? It's not doing the... Okay. That, I was holding circle there. Game, please. Come on, this fight is so bad. This fight. Okay. Man, that went so bad. Holy shit. Alright, I lost time on that.
Hatred is the fuel that powers evil. When Prince Zarouge was defeated, he was treated with such cruelty that his hatred festered and grew to such an extreme that he unknowingly summoned the spirit of Ma-O to become one with him. Once the spirit of Ma-O is welcomed, he rules.
No! No, it can't be!
When Prince Zarouge was taken over by the spirit of Ma-O, he became ruthless. He cut through the land like a scythe, crushing his enemies. He conquered all the worlds but one. That world was ruled by Princess Elamira, who suffered the same hardships as Zarouge. Arcia was Princess Elamira in a previous life.
Princess Elamira?
Princess Elamira. I've read about her in Ma-O mythology.
There we go. Best line in the game.
Finally defeated Princess Elamira's forces, but when he saw her, memories of their past life flashed before him. Despite this,
subtitles.
He eventually gave
PS1
the order
game.
for the princess's execution.
Please stop! Stop it!
Zarouge was a weak human, not worthy of Ma-O. At the last minute, he ordered his men to free the princess. He sacrificed himself for her, and when he died, he entered my world thinking he could challenge my powers. I've kept your world in a continuous cycle of war because of Zarouge. You are helpless, locked into a never-ending repetition of your past. Only I hold the key to ending the evil, and as long as it continues, I keep gaining power in my domain.
They fake you out here. There's no laugh, so... Remember, it's over at the laugh.
You are such weak creatures. All the wars you've fought before. All the people you've killed were the reincarnation of your old retainers. I have merely invited you to be violent and evil, and you have never disappointed me. You've gone to war without remorse for its victims. You've killed of your own free will. You are all as evil as the Rouge himself, and as long as you are evil, you shall always be under my control.
You can hear this. The first text box that I skip is you can hear voices. Don't you heal. Don't you fucking do it. Okay. So both the white and the black dragon have healing abilities that they can use just whenever they want. Good thing it didn't heal. Okay. Alright, so this is the point in the game where you make the choice of one of the waifus is going to become upgraded from waifu to wife. The other one is going to burn in hell for all eternity. That is the choice that you have to make here. I make the correct choice. But it's up to the world record holder for this game, is the one who determines it. As the world record holder for the Granstream Saga on all the categories, really. Except for no Oni Maru on the emulator, but don't worry about that. It is my decree that Arcia is going to burn in a lake of fire for all eternity, because she is trash. Also, Arcia says her body is ready. You might be able to see it here. Where is it? Where is it? One of these, she says her body is ready. Oh shit, maybe she doesn't. Alright, never mind. Alright, I lost some time there because because of a text box that apparently I never saw, but oh, whatever. I guess I've been misreading it for however long I've been doing this. So here's the final boss. This is Damar. This boss fight could take like a minute and a half, or it could take a billion years. Actually, a billion years. I can only do damage to the boss when he's on the ground. If he's up in the air, I can't do anything. Alright, so when the boss does a thing where he throws a red crystal at me, there's nothing I can do except wait it out. So I think there's like a 1-frame window for me to hit the boss when he's getting up. Okay, so here's that attack. When his health is full, just get in the crystal because it will speed things up. Alright. Yeah, you can crit the final boss. 3:42.39 is the new world record for the Granstream Saga. Take your guesses. How many inputs did I do? Total inputs. How many total button presses did I do for the whole game? My guess is 260,000 button inputs. 260, or maybe it's 26,000. Okay, let's take a look at how many times I hit a button here. This is on a white background, so well, actually I can put this back up. All right, I hit a button in this game 137,000 times. 137,692 times. The amount of time I was actually doing an input in this game was 2 hours and 11 minutes and 5 seconds. Holy crap. I hit the X button 1,293 times. Or no, 38,000 times. That's just in one run of this game. Oh my god. Alright. Let me turn off that. Okay. But yeah, that's what I wanted to know about this run and just how much mashing is involved. A lot, as it turns out. Oh, there's a lot of mashing involved in this game.
My journey and finished the last chapters of my chronicle.
You've done well in studying these people, Arcia. I had considered them too evil to be worthy of more of my time and attention.
There's so much to learn about these fascinating people. Sometimes they're immature and primitive, but for the most part, they're very intelligent and compassionate.
It is obvious that more work must be done. I want you to continue working on your chronicles.
Yes. As you wish.
Alright, so for some context on this time here, 3:42 used to be the emulator world record for this game a while back. And I mentioned earlier that in one particular scene, it applies to the whole game, but in one particular scene, emulator is 2 minutes faster than console. And I'm playing this on console right now. So, this time was actually very good. There was some slop, but this is actually a really good time. Alright, so now we have a proper, solid console time for Granstream. And if you're wondering if the Japanese version is faster or not, because I do have that version, I might actually start running that and setting a proper time for that. There are some weird differences in the Japanese version. One, like, more compact text doesn't matter because we can skip text so much faster. So the text isn't really an issue. And two, the battle system is slightly different because the dash button, the R1 button that you might have seen me holding, and like dashing forward and then hitting, dashing back, dashing forward again, and then doing that. There is no dash button in the Japanese version, for whatever reason. So in the Japanese version, you have to dash manually, which for that you have to double tap and hold in order to do a forward dash. If you want to dash to the side, you just have to dash like that. And that actually changes up battle strats because, like in the temples, where when you spawn into the fight, it gives you just enough room to dash into them normally. In the Japanese version, you can't dash into them at all. Because that slight, like, 1/10 of a second where you have to do the initial tap up to start your dash, that puts you too close to the enemies to dash into them. So yeah, the Japanese version is actually slightly slower. So, it is what it is. It's kind of a separate category. God. Alright, we're getting to the point where I don't have to mash anymore. Oh, this is loud, by the way. This is loud.
Laramie,
There
today you have become a Desbat pirate. You are now a warrior and will conduct yourself as one. Do not call me brother. I am now your commander.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yeah, there's more inputs, but these don't matter, so I don't count
How dare
them.
you walk into a lady's bedroom without knocking?
Huh? I'm sorry, but I didn't know where I was.
Yep, a Desbat pirate. Exactly. So those things right there, that it looks like an axe and a shield. There's actually items in there, which I didn't know. If you just go up to them, you could literally get an axe and a shield from those things on the wall. I never knew that until I read an FAQ while routing 100%. You want to free Arcia? Well, you're going to have to run the game then, because as long as I'm the world record holder, she's going to stay in that lake of fire forever. Also, her ending sucks. It is way worse than this one. Oh, not to mention, for those of you who remember the beginning of the run, pretty soon, children are going to have to close their eyes and adults are going to have to widen their eyes because it's going to get sexy again. Yep, it's a dong necklace. She's a classy lady. She wears classy jewelry. Alright, kids. Close your eyes. Adults, widen your eyes. The Granstream Saga. Alright, kids. You can open your eyes. Adults, resume normal, whatever you're doing. Or whatever, you're adults. Yep, that's the payoff for beating the game, is you get to see anime butt again. Oh, you see, well, you should probably go see a doctor then, because probably not what you should be seeing when you close your eyes. No, my hands cannot take any more Shizzy. Like, I purposely do Granstream runs at the end of streams, because if you couldn't tell, I just had to press buttons 137,000 times for 2 hours and 11 minutes and 5 seconds. How do you think my hands feel after doing that? Alright, later, Julia. Safe travels. So, that is why I don't normally do stuff after Granstream runs. Yeah, my finger joints know what they did. Alright, so we beat Quake 2 today. We got eaten by sharks a whole lot in Tomb Raider 2 today. I maybe broke and then fixed and then maybe broke again my input monitor thing. It's been working fine for this, but I had to comment out some code and that probably blew up something down the line, so we'll just have to see what happens. Though I guess one thing that I could do, I do have some switches. I could wire some like dip switches into my board so that I can turn on and off different modes. Yeah, exactly. I run this game to make sure that Arcia burns in hell at least once a month. Pour one out for Shade. Shade Company Inc. Limited as well. They only make mobile games now. Music in this game is also pretty good. So I'm curious, if I plug in my GunCon, let's see how badly this breaks. Because I had to turn off the code that made the GunCon not blow up. So let's see. So if this is broken, it's going to be like flashing different controllers on screen. Yep. So you see here, here's the trigger. And then you can see every once in a while it's flashing on screen for like the DualShock. Yeah. But it does this fine. And like it does those. So this is totally working. Let's see how quick I can mash this. It's like only 9. Disappointing. But my hands are pretty tired. That's my excuse. Alright. Yeah, dong necklace is suitable for any occasion. Engagements, birthdays, funerals. That's how you show you really care. Alright. So besides the parts where everything caught on fire, I'd say this went pretty well tonight. Ladies? Exactly. Look at all these emails. My Japanese copy of Alundra still is not shipped yet. What the hell, Japan? Oh boy. And I can't like practice it on the US copy because they changed stuff for the US version. But Alundra is still going to be way into the future. Months from now. It's boss health and damage. I think bosses have less health, but they do more damage to you in the US version. It's either that or it's the other way around. One of those. Did they add more to spare? Oh man, I hope so. Oh man, I was watching Skate do a casual playthrough of it yesterday, and he got stuck on a puzzle that I did not get stuck on, but he did that room with the hidden block like immediately, and I was just angry. But yeah, for the speedrun of that, it's actually been kind of confirmed in the notes for it that dying 15 or 16 times or whatever it is over and over again to get that overpowered sword is actually part of the route. So what they do is that they go to a save point at a certain point and then kill themselves with bombs. They get themselves down to 1 heart, they save the game, and then use bombs to kill themselves over and over again. So that's going to be part of Alundra. Alright. So this was the Whirl Recce. 3 hours, 42 minutes, 39 seconds, and a whole lot of inputs for the Granstream Saga.